Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Dr. Clark, we're live.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to. Good morning. I would like to call the special meeting of the Board of Medical Examiners to order. Today is Wednesday, August 5th, 2020. Dr. Collada, please call the roll for the quorum.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
a point of order. I got to identify, I think one person.
Okay.
That's Attorney General Landry. Alan, that's Attorney General Landry.
The 6347?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Let me identify.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for joining us today. Dr. Collada, can you call the roll for a quorum, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Willer.
Here.
Dr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. Horton.
Here.
Dr. Yu.
Here.
Dr. Thomas. Dr.
She's gonna
Clark.
be here.
Ms. Sport. Ms. Sport. Dr. Valentine.
Here.
Dr. O'Neill. Dr. O'Neill.
He muted.
Dr. O'Neill, you are muted. Dr. Taylor,
Here.
you have a quorum, sir.
The only issue is, please, Alan, or be sure that Ms. Ford has the right connection. Maybe
I'll
someone
touch
may
base
want to
with
give her a call
I'll touch
this
base.
morning. Okay. For the public, this meeting is being streamed on YouTube with a 15 to 20-second delay. Today's meeting is being recorded as approved by this board. I would also ask for privilege that we have a moment of silence for the victims of COVID-19 and the health workers that treat our fellow citizens during this crisis. Thank you. Dr. Collada, will you read the mission statement for the board, the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners, please?
The mission of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners is to protect and improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Louisiana through licensing, regulation, research, and discipline of physicians and the allied health professionals in the manner that protect the rights and privileges of the licensee.
Thank you very much. I would invite any public comments to be emailed to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. Again, any public comments to be emailed to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. Dr. Collada, are there any comments currently?
Not at this
None that
time.
I'm aware of, sir.
Thank you. Pursuant to the laws passed in the recent legislative session, I must first ask Mr. Phillips to verify that all participants in today's meeting have been identified. Mr. Phillips, has all of today's participants been identified?
Yes, they have. Except for
Additionally,
one.
Laura-
Hold on. We got a new
Okay.
one. Who, I believe that is Judge McNaris,
Okay.
identified as installer.
Yes, I'm on.
I got you.
Welcome, Judge.
Thank you.
Additionally, the law requires that all parties in the meetings are able to hear and be heard. Are there any participants having problems hearing at this time? If you encounter problems, please call 504-330-9727. Again, 504-330-9727. Lastly, the law requires that the YouTube feed is working and able to be heard. Dr. Collada, Mr. Phillips, is it the YouTube feed working this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I remind all of our staff and board members that your mics will be muted and to use the raise hand function to be recognized. I'll also ask that once you're recognized, please state your name before speaking. I also advise that if you mute your mic yourself, we may be unable to unmute it. So be wary of that. As we get started this morning, I would like to welcome our guests. Our board are very honored to have them with us. I would like to introduce first the Honorable Jeff Landry, the Attorney General of Louisiana, Senator Katrina Jackson, serving the 34th District, and Mr. Brian Dakota, Director of Louisiana State Civil Service. Welcome to you all. The primary reason for this meeting this morning is the discussion of the organizational structure of this agency, in particular the job description and role of the Executive Director. Also current law and how it applies to the Director of Investigation. The board is interested to hear your thoughts on these issues and likely will ask some questions. Of course, if our guests wish to speak on other issues, please feel free to do so. We all will first recognize our Honorable Attorney General, Jeff Landry, to make some comments this morning. Mr. General.
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the members of the board. I know they've been working extremely hard. I know that over the last 6 months, there has been a lot of change and discussions on a number of different issues with this particular board. And, I would just, say that sometimes it is through these types of discussions and debate that boards and government actually comes out stronger. I also appreciate the interest of Senator Jackson in this particular matter. It's important to recognize that the Attorney General's office tries to do its best. Certainly, it's been that under my leadership to basically take a non-political position in just interpreting what the law says, right? And, we look at the law, we tell you what our interpretation is of the law. It's not always what some people want, but I tell people it's what they may need, because if you try to take something to court or you have to defend the law or a position that you've taken under the law, then it's good to know from what direction that is coming. Our office has looked at what effects the legislature took in the employment, both the Director of Investigation and a Executive Director, and what those roles and authorities are. I believe, before I go any further, let the board know, I know that Patricia Wilton is here on the call with us as well. She may be better suited to answer any in the weeds questions. She is the person who we have assigned to the board to help from a legal standpoint while the board seeks outside legal counsel. So I know that Patricia should be on the call. Is that correct, Dr. Clark?
Yes, she's on the call.
Okay.
She should be, yes, sir.
So to go further is that if you, and I was having this discussion with Patricia over the last 7 to 10 days. And if you look throughout the statutes in very similar situations where the legislature has divided responsibilities, I would tell you that the one other example that sits out there is the Department of Natural Resources has a Commission of Conservation, under which that Commissioner of Conservation's authority and role has been separated from the organizational chart of the entire department. Now, his budget still flows under the Department of Natural Resources, and the secretary does exercise, the budget of the department. However, if you look at the law that created that particular division, which is revised statute 36:806, it goes into very specific detail as to what the Commissioner of Conservation's authority shall be. That is very different from the current statute that y'all are dealing with. As we appreciate the statute basically grants the board plenary authority as to how it governs the affairs of its employees and its board. The intent, and I appreciate, Senator Jackson's position, that the intent of the law was to separate the responsibilities of the executive director and the director of investigations, such that there would be no undue influencing on cases or issues that were investigatory in nature. And so that's an intent that the board as a whole may take to light as it governs itself. It does absolutely divide two different distinct positions in saying that the executive director cannot also be the director of investigations. However, as we look through and see what the current structure is, I would tell you that there are some structural problems, and that the board may identify those structural problems and govern them according to a majority of the members of the board and their particular wishes. I'll give you an example. If the director of investigations is also a practicing physician and is practicing in a group setting, is a general practitioner, who polices the director of investigations? Does the practice of which he's a part of, what is the appearance of the doctors inside of that practice? Who's going to report them? Who's going to investigate them? Who's going to have authority over them? Those are things that are problematic. Those are things that the board is going to have to address. There also needs to be somebody inside of that structure that people in that particular position who may want to bring grievances before the board have the ability to do. Again, these are all issues that the board, as a majority of the board, again, it's a majority of the board that governs the actions, makes decisions on. And so as y'all going through this organizational chart, it is important to recognize maybe what the intent of the legislature was, but also to understand what the law is as of today. And as of today, the law simply separates the two jobs, basically saying that those two jobs cannot be the same person, and that the director of investigations is directly answerable to the board. But if he's directly answerable to the board and the majority of the board want to cede their authority to some other person underneath them, the law simply allows them to do that because the board's power is plenary. And so that was, I just wanted to make sure that we cleared that particular air. I understand that Senator Jackson may have a difference of opinion in that position. I certainly respect her in that. We've spoken a couple of different times. Y'all have the ability to well both the intent of the law and the management and continuity of that board through the actions of a majority of the board.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General. Would you mind answering a few questions?
I don't mind. Some of them I may have to defer to Patricia.
Okay. First of all, Dr. Collado, are there any hands raised right now for any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Attorney General, can you delve a little deeper into what you envision as an organizational structure in most agencies in the state? We don't want to become an outlier, and I think in some respects we have become an outlier in the way we've structured our agency and what we thought was the intent. But it's been very difficult for our executive director to actually run the agency under that kind of organization. Could you kind of walk us through what you would see as your idea what a structure would be? If you want to defer that, you may.
Dr. Clark, can I interrupt quick?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Dr. Collada lost his connection, so he'll be joining back very shortly.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney General, that we had interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
You have the floor, sir. Did we lose the Attorney
Yes,
General?
I mean, look, I don't think it's really the Attorney General's place to opine on the organizational structure that the board, that really is within the responsibility of the board. Again, I think that when you look at the statute, if you say, well, what can we do? What I would tell you is that what can't we do? I would say what the board can't do is allow the executive director to serve as the director of investigations. I think that the intent of the law and where we are today is such that in the past, and I think that's why Senator Jackson and some legislators brought this legislation, was to ensure that the executive director was not meddling in or unduly influencing investigations. If the board finds that so basically y'all are trying to, I would view this as this structure is in its infant stages. So you're trying to crawl before you walk and walk before you run. And so I don't know that either I or even the board in one fell swoop can come up with the exact most convenient and efficient way to divide those responsibilities. If you have two people, both a director of investigations and an executive director, that under the spirit of cooperation have problems creating some sort of relationship such that the board is inefficient in its functioning, then that's something that the board needs to address.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir. Any questions from any board members? Mr. Phillips?
Hand up by Ms. Sport.
Ms. Sport, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I apologize for my technical issues. I was on the phone with Cox for about an hour and a half this morning, and glad I finally got in. Mr. Attorney General, I've read thoroughly your memo on this topic that you sent us, I guess, about a month ago. And I'm in agreement with everything that was in your memo. It seems that there have been some interpretations of the law that you were just referring to, that's Section 9 in 12, I think it's 1270, which has been interpreted to expand the powers of the DOI beyond that which are articulated in the law. And there's been a lot of talk about what the spirit of the law is and what the intent of the law is. But our goal in drafting this job description for the executive director was to come up with a way for this agency to work with one senior head of the agency, which would be Dr. Collada as our executive director, and then having all of the other departments fall under him, with the exception that the director of investigations would be answerable directly to the board. And that's really all that I see in that section 9. And section 9 also says that he'll be the lead investigator on all matters of investigation involving a physician. But when our rules were interpreted by our former attorneys, it just seems that some liberties were taken perhaps. And there were some interpretations that said, oh, you know, the executive director and the DOI need to be operationally independent and so on and so on. But that's not what the civil service rules say, and it's not what some other statutes say. So I think that everything that we have in the job description for the executive director falls clearly within the interpretation of the laws as written and as have been interpreted by your office. And I hope that with the comments that you just made about the spirit of cooperation, that we can proceed with approving this job description for the executive director. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, well, look, again, I would tell you that that the board's power is plenary, and that the structure that they set up, as long as those two positions are not within the same person, the board can pretty much, a majority of the board's wishes can pretty much govern as they see fit. I mean, Patricia can opine to that as well. She's been devolving into this much more readily. I know that that Senator Jackson and I have spoken a number of times. I understand what her position is, and I told her in the discussions that we had with each other was that, look, we recognize that those positions are supposed to be or have to be separate, and that the executive director should not be influencing investigations. But there is a multitude of laws that are into effect. You mentioned them earlier, which is the Civil Service Board, and that those employees are civil service. And so there becomes a question of, you know, I mean, this hiring and firing is all done under civil service. I can tell you, I don't have any civil service employees in the Department of Justice. Everybody works in an unclassified position. But, you know, in speaking to agency heads that have civil service, it's pretty hard to terminate anyone under the civil service arrangement. So I don't know how, you know, to what extent there is some influence in that nature. But again, the board's power is to a large extent plenary.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Phillips, any hands up?
No, sir.
Well, Mr. Attorney General, thank you very much. If you wish to stay on, you may. We'd be honored if you would stay on, but if you, I understand you're very busy. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. I think Patricia is going to stay on and look forward to working with y'all and Senator Jackson on any other issues to try to get some continuity and efficiency to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. God bless. Is Senator Jackson available?
Yeah, she's connected. She just needs to unmute herself.
I am connected, but my volume is extremely low. I could barely hear everyone.
Welcome, Senator. Thank you for coming this morning. You have the floor.
Is there a technical issue on my side? My staff is actually bringing me.
Yeah, you probably just need the volume up on the device that you're using, Ms.
Okay.
Jackson.
Okay, so I have had conversations with the Attorney General, and where we seem to disagree is not on that the positions are being separate, but the legislative intent, which, with all due respect to everyone, the only person that can really give the legislative intent of a statute in a definite is the courts, because it's been really established that that's who says what the law is after we enact it. And so I'm not going to speak from a Senator Jackson standpoint on this law. I'm going to speak from a full committee, 2 committees who spoke to the board. And I'm kind of confused as to why we're still discussing the intent of the law when a group of bipartisan legislators who sit on 2 committees with the House and the Senate kind of made it real clear what our intent was. Now, we left the meeting at that time, and I'm hoping every board member was able to view that meeting. I know that, and I'm going just from my recollection, who was it? Dr. Johnson was there, the chairman. And I know Dr. Johnson, Valentine, we had some other board members, Mrs. Sport, not sure who all was there and who else was there. And so that's what our intent of our law is. So if you're asking me what the intent as written, I had an opportunity to go back and view all of the legislative comments on this as the law was passing, and that was very clear. We even talked about on the record the organizational chart. And so I'm just going to give you the history, because I think that, like Attorney General said, he's opinion on what he believes the law says. And the legislature has opinion on their legislative intent of the law. So it's going to be questionable whether or not you want to follow, the board in itself wants to follow the legislative intent that we made really clear in the meeting we had. And that was, from bipartisan legislators regarding the law. But I've gone back and looked at the comments and the meetings, my notes from the meetings that we had, where some board members did attend. And I believe at that time, I'm not sure who else attended on behalf of the board. I guess their legal counsel. The organizational chart itself, the bill was first going to put the organizational chart in statute, but at a roundtable discussion before the House committee meeting, we all agreed that we wouldn't put the organizational chart. Well, I did, because it was my legislation. Some other members were in the room in the law, and that the board would come up with organizational chart that, last time we checked, you guys did, but I think it's been changed. And so our issue was this, that the DOI position and that the executive director position was separate, that in it being separate, the DOI would report directly to the board as per investigations were concerned. As far as, hey, I'm going to be, and I guess I can only break it down like this. We never had any intent regarding whether the DOI needed to tell the executive director and the board when he or she was going to be out of the office. We just thought that was self-explanatory, that those type of things would happen. We were concerned at that time about the budget of the investigation department. And I went back and read some of that, where we were talking about making sure that there was no, like the Attorney General said, undue influence. I have reviewed the document, and I think I sent to Mr. Chairman my concerns with the document, but we never envisioned in our legislative intent that this position of DOI would be taken from under the board and placed under the executive director. That was one of the major points throughout negotiations on this legislation. And some of us made gentlemen agreements on this legislation, so I wouldn't go into detail fully in law. And I thought that we had that gentleman agreement, that I wouldn't have to fully detail everything in law. And so I think that from my standpoint, and let me be clear, because there seems to be some confusion in some comments I had heard in the last meeting. The legislature is not trying to influence anything the board makes a decision on. But when called upon to give the legislative intent of the law, we will do that, and have in the past and have testified. Various legislators have had to testify regarding intent in court when they've, been called upon. So we try to do that based on our intent. Now, sometimes people don't like our intent. And I understand the Attorney General believes that our intent was not fully effectuated in law. But I would remind the members of the board that were on at that time. And like I said, I think Dr. Valentine, and I can't remember who else was sitting in the room at that time, went back and forth on issues that would hinder the board if their organizational chart was put into the law, which we didn't, and some other issues. But we all left with a very clear understanding that the Director of Investigation, Executive Director positions would be separate, that the Director of Investigations would report directly to the board on matters dealing with investigations, and that he and his staff, or he or she, because I think you guys have transitioned, and their staff would be under the DOI. Now, in our committee meeting some weeks ago or some months ago, we asked the question of why the DOI was being moved in the organizational chart to be under the executive director. The explanation we received, I believe, from Dr. Collada was that Civil Service had told him that it had to be that way. So after the meeting, we took up the budget the next week, and Civil Service visited with me, and I sent that email to the board members so they would have it. And we asked them the question then, and we end up sending them an email, please clarify whether or not the board has the executive director has to be the appointing authority for the DOI. And their response, which, hopefully all the board members have by now, is that no, they explained to Dr. Collada that he, as the executive director in the office, that the board could have the delegating authority and supervising authority over the DOI. So we as legislators left our meeting believing that this organizational chart was being changed to satisfy a civil service rule. But then upon getting clarity from Civil Service, that wasn't the case. And so that kind of created a little bit for me, I know, and others who were standing there, a little gray area for us on, a lot of, that portion of the meeting where we heard, testimony from Dr. Collada. And I think what happened, I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or what, that the board could not have supervising authority over the Director of Investigation. Now, I'm not fine-toothing anything else on what should happen outside of investigation and his employees regarding investigatory matters. That doesn't mean, and how I've always intended the law to be applied, that doesn't mean that other matters, non-investigatory matters, that the DOI and the executive director do not work together on them. And so that's, my issue with the law itself, is that the law didn't prohibit anything but matters regarding investigations. Because I'll tell you, if we're talking about the spirit and intent of the law, if I have to, if it's the DOI, I have to report everything or anything regarding investigations to the executive director before presenting it to the board, then it does pose a problem under the intent of the law, and a problem that the legislature sought to fix. Because the problem was that physicians didn't believe they were receiving due process, and that's why all of these bills start flying. And so when you begin to commingle the two positions regarding investigations and reporting on investigations and executive director, and it doesn't, and look, I've worked well with Dr. Collada, but I think these were past issues, but the executive director having information regarding the investigations before it was presented to the board, then, we get back into the issue of physicians complaining about due processes, which is what the bill sought to do. And that's where I am. And I'm not going to go past what the committee spoke on as a whole about the legislative intent of our statute.
Thank you, Senator. And we appreciate that clarity and firsthand giving that information to the board so we can help us, will help us make some decisions later in the day. I think that I think you and the Attorney General are in agreement on a couple things. If I'm wrong, please correct me. That the law basically says that the DOI reports on investigative matters to the board, and that there should be no interference between with the executive director in the investigative process. or in investigations, and that the two should not hold the same position, or one person should hold the same position at the same time. That both positions at the same time. I'm kind of fumbling around, excuse me. But is that pretty? Do you agree with that? Is that pretty much where you are?
Well,
At least
and also,
that. If there are more, please, you have the floor.
I apologize. And also that there was a great agreement at the table that the ED position would be an organizational chart. And there are members on the phone. I believe that there's still some current members. Like, I can't remember, Dr. Valentine can tell you who else was in the meetings. There was an agreement at the table that we would not pick your organizational chart. And I put it on the record in the statute, because it would never allow the board to have, any authority regarding the organizational chart on any staffer once it was put in the legislation without legislative change, but that the DOI and organizational chart would be under the board.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Would you mind answering some questions from board members this morning?
Oh, sure.
Do we have any hands up, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Jackson. It's good to talk to you again.
Dr. Taylor, good to talk to you.
I had a couple of questions, and maybe for those of us who were on the outside looking in during that particular session. I understand that there were a lot of physician complaints. Could you give us an example of some of the complaints that were actually maintained, that yes, in fact, there was a breakdown of due process, because certainly we want to correct those issues. And then in the second part of the question, what we're looking at least from my point of view, is not just about investigation issues, but things like HR issues, and how you foresee, because I don't think that was a previous problem. I don't remember there being any issues before the legislature regarding HR issues and the executive director versus the DOI. So I'm wondering how head of agency can still have HR responsibilities and authority within the Department of Investigations, while at the same time the DOI has the the sole authority in that investigation silo. So first of all, can you give us a couple of concrete examples of where that process did in fact break down? Because there are physician complaints, and then there are physician complaints. And
right.
And then the second question is, moving forward in a potential issue, how do we deal with making sure that we stay within the law regarding HR from a standpoint of protecting those employees in a situation where in a future conflict you'd have an ED DOI problem?
I guess you asked about 3 or 4 questions, so let me try to
I'm
go
sorry,
back.
it was only 2, but okay, I thought it was only 2. I'm sorry.
Okay. So your first question, if I understand it, is what were the actual complaints, where there were real complaints of physicians who we believed, because I can only tell you from a legislative standpoint and testimony and going back and forth, where we believe that there were due process issues, not that the court upheld them, because of course that would, your attorneys would have to research court, our case law on that, right? When the legislature got involved and heard testimony from physicians, we saw a potential issue with due process. I'll give you an example where a physician comes in, and and some physicians testified at the time where the positions were held by 2 different people, right? And they were called in by the executive director at the time, which was not Dr. Collada. And so I want to always preference that we're dealing, but I think the board is real clear on that we're dealing with different actors. They were called in by the executive director because a complaint was filed against them. And within that meeting, the executive director would offer them what she or he believed at the time to be what should happen. And then the physician wouldn't accept it, right? Let's say that the physician did not accept it. And at that point, the physician was told, or comments were made, that it would get worse. And so the physician would go through his or her investigation, and the executive director would have great influence over that investigation. And after, having attorneys and going through everything, at the end of the day, they were left with the same resolve that was offered in the first meeting. And not that that's sometimes not appropriate, but that was a continuous practice, or even a worse, dissolve. And it seemed at that time we can only view it from testimony and everything we were receiving, that the board was somewhat, in a lot of cases, rubber stamping that behavior. And so that's what we saw to be a gross misrepresentation of due process. And that's why we had 4 or 5 bills filed in the legislature. If you remember, Dr. Taylor, one that even allowed physicians who would receive complaints to go directly to the administrative law judge instead of coming to the board. And so that's why we had so many bills flying, because there was really no strong process to us in place that physicians would receive due process. And so does that answer your first question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what was your second question?
The second question had to do with some of the things that we're looking at is this job description, where, at least in my understanding, it's my limited understanding, so if there's someone with more expertise, please speak up. But as civil service goes, as far as HR issues go, the exec is head of agency. In the situation we have here, you have DOI staff that we have to thread the needle, it seems, on preserving their independence, the integrity of the investigation. But at the same time, there's nothing in the law that indicates that the DOI has HR authority. So I heard you, and you brought this up in the last meeting, and you seem to be concerned about it, and I understand your concern, but I don't know what your vision is as far as how we address that while still staying within the rules that we have in place from civil service regarding who is head of HR, and does the DOI have those types of powers?
Well, it's not the DOI that has those type of powers. When there is a particular, and that's the email that I think some of the members may have it, we sent it, that the civil service directly addressed, that the ED can have the supervising appointing authority on the HR, and the board can also have that authority. And in the case where the division of investigation, the director of investigations, I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of feedback in somebody's phone, where the director of investigation is under the board, then the board is the appointing authority. And so that's the thing that I think brought up a lot of confusion, and that's why I spoke on it, is that we were left, with an understanding when we left committee that the Civil Service Board said that the portion of the bill that separated the two duties and didn't have the executive director as the supervisor of DOI couldn't be effectuated. I think that was Dr. Collada's testimony, because Civil Service Board would not allow it. And then we received the email after inquiry to Civil Service Board that was not the case, and maybe that was a misunderstanding, but they never stated that to anyone on the board or its staff, because the board can always have the appointing authority over any staff member. And so that was, to me, where we left kind of like, okay, our law can't be fully implemented because of civil service rules, but then civil service clarified it.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and so that's where we were when we left the meeting, but then it was corrected. So when people began to call, and I spoke to the Attorney General, and I spoke to your chairman, and I said, listen, to the extent that it deals with investigatory issues and the investigative staff and the budget, that is something that we envisioned the board to take care of, and if to be directly under the board, so there would be no influence, and that the doctors would get a fair investigation. To the extent it deals with, and I don't have a plenary list of what it will deal with. Hey, I guess, or to the extent it deals with other issues unrelated to investigations, yes, definitely, the executive director and the DOI should work together. And we recognize that at that point. But and that's what the legislative intent was. If the statute has to be opened back up and clarified, I'm not above, open it back up and clarifying it.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions
Yeah,
Mr.
Dr.
Phillips.
Valentine has her hand raised.
Dr. Valentine, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. I wanted to, you mentioned the Senator Jackson about the meeting that we had where we discussed these issues. And I think we did agree that there would be another position that we also agreed, in addition to what you said, was that there would be some sort of internal checks and balances that we would put into place. And I know Dr. Johnson spoke to this specifically, and that would be having that compliance council. And I know if that kind of goes along with what the Attorney General mentioned as far as checks and balances and who would be there to kind of make sure that things in the office were going as intended, and everyone really had their due process. So I guess the main thing with what the ideas were when we were putting this together is really having a way that the office could function regardless of who sat in the seat, but that there was that chain of command that was followed where the executive director had the directors that he or she could go to speak about different employees or what the overall goal in trying to coordinate the efforts of the agency through the directors of the different departments. So I know there's been some question about the DOI reporting to the board, but then the DOI's employees all reporting to the executive director. And just, I guess, some ways, what it looked like the Mr. Dakota was saying, and was that responsibility could be delegated to whoever in the agency. The executive director could do that so that there wasn't one individual on an island by him or herself. So I guess if you could maybe speak to that, because I know we were trying to find a way that we couldn't have the past repeat itself. And so if we had someone like a compliance counselor who went in to and didn't answer to anyone in that building, so that they could really give us an idea, if need be, on what was going on. So they sat in on meetings with the licensees, the physicians, everyone that we license. And if there was anything improper, anything that was just a concern, maybe an opportunity for us to improve our processes, that we would have that individual available. And I know Dr. Johnson said a couple times that person didn't feel like they had to smile at anyone in any particular chair. So I guess really maybe as we look at HR issues, as we look at where there may be some gray areas, your thoughts on where there may be opportunity for us to promote just people working together.
Right. I do remember that conversation strongly, but of course it was not a part of the legislation. And just so I can't speak to the legislative intent of it because we did not make it a part of the legislation. I just remember at the time, a lot of different paragraphs were changed in the legislation with Dr. Johnson and others' comments regarding creating a position that would not answer to anyone, because we still would be in some gray areas. And so I remember the compliance position. I remember when you guys actually went in and voted to create it and put that person directly under the board. So yes, I do remember the full conversation. It just didn't go into legislation. So it doesn't, that was a decision in negotiations that was made. And a lot of things that you guys believed at that time that was in the legislation and in Milkovich and my legislation that would have grossly hindered the board, like especially the part that was in Milkovich legislation that would have allowed physicians to take their complaints directly as soon as they were filed to the administrative law judge, that was a position that, if I remember in discussion, that you all were creating as a goodwill effort that would be directly on the board, so that, you know, some of this legislation would be trimmed down. And so, yes, I do remember that, Dr. Valentine. And does that answer your question? And so envisioning, I really can't envision anything but what was agreed to. It was agreed that that position would be created and it would sit under the board, and they would be answerable only to the board, so that the board could have a clear understanding of what was happening in the, and because I think you guys all practice and none of you guys are truly located in a building, and that was the discussion. And that was the compliance officer discussion that was not put in the bill. But I do understand, going back to the, because that one's very clear. I remember that discussion, going back to what's in the legislation and our intent. My understanding is that we did, if I remember, and I'm looking at my notes, you guys did directly after the bill being drafted, you did create a new organizational chart that we all discussed after the bill was enacted, and that everyone agreed that it actually expressed the legislative intent of the law, did we not?
No, we absolutely did. You're correct in that. And so, I mean, with that, we want to make sure that we are really capturing what was intended with the law that you drafted, and take into account the guidance that was given by the Attorney General. With that, I know you had strong feelings about the organizational chart, and we did have agreements so that we could trim this down, the legislation at that time, and find a way that we as physicians could continue leading medicine in the state of Louisiana. So would you want us to maybe bring that back to you, that organizational chart? Just, I think it'd be, because if there's a way for us to work with the legislators, so we're not back and forth with additional legislation, I think everyone on this line is open to that. So I guess I'm looking for ways that we can work with you.
Right. I think that it needs to be brought back to the committee. I think the committee forum is where the legislature, I know the committee forum outside of law is where the legislature in the interim discusses matters. And so if the board feels that, a lot of people do it, they give us a report. They say, this is how we implemented the legislation. If there's a question on how to implement it, I think that first committee meeting really made clear what our legislative intent is. I respect the Attorney General's opinion on how it's written, but I think a lot of that was written in a lot of gentleman agreements at that time. One of those gentleman agreements was, Senator, at the time I was a rep, could you please not put our organizational chart in your bill, because then the other positions in that organizational chart we would never be able to change without legislation. I tended to really agree with that, and so that's why the organizational chart didn't appear in legislation. And that's why after you guys voted on the organizational chart, we came back and discussed it. And so it's, and then, the board is transient. And so we did at the time as a legislature want to put that in the legislation, but we didn't, based on the gentleman agreement, based on you guys hiring the compliance officer and some other things happening. Now, let me tell you what my law didn't envision, because I'm always going to be clear. My law did not envision anything. It did envision, DOI and being under the board, and the board having the supervising authority over the DOI and its employees. What it did not envision was that the DOI and the executive director would not communicate on non-investigation issues, because you can have two staffers under the board that still communicate when it doesn't break the spirit and intent of the law on other issues, to the extent that it doesn't, influence an investigation. It doesn't give information regarding an investigation to the executive director. There was something new that came up that was never intended in law. And there's a portion of something of an application where someone answers on the application that you guys would know better than me. It was just something we had to quickly address in the meeting, where the DOI would have to give information to the executive director regarding an application or answer to an application. At that point, we didn't consider it, as we heard testimony, to be a part of the investigation process that would violate that information being passed on.
Thank you much, Senator. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Senator Jackson this morning?
Dr. Weather has his hand up next, and then Ms. Port after that.
Dr. Weather, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning,
Johnson.
Senator.
Good morning.
All right. Thank you so much for your consequential legislation. It's really been extraordinary in regards to physicians and, in fact, even to our community. But my concern is I didn't receive a copy of the civil service missive that you talked about. And I was just kind of wondering, is that possible for me to receive that? And of course, certainly others on the board.
I can send it through to Dr. Collada. I am looking it up now. I'm out of my office, but I'm sure I can look it up on my laptop. And Dr. Collada, did you receive a copy of that?
No, ma'am, the only copy I ever received was the original letter from Mr. Decotu's office of about over a year ago that said all the employees were under Dr. Collada, the executive director. So you have a change letter, and I've never gotten it.
Okay. Yes. Does anyone on the board have that? If not, I'm going to get, as we're talking, I'm going to get my legislative laptop to try to find that email. Because I know I forwarded. Dr. Valentine, do you have it? Does the chairman have it? I don't know who my office forwarded to.
Senator, I may, but I get so many emails, I can't. I'll see if I can find it. I don't recall it, but doesn't mean you didn't send it.
Okay.
And I can keep asking questions while I pull it up, because what I'll do is send it. Who do you want me to send it to? Because I'm having my staff to pull it up. Who do you want me to send it to?
Probably Dr. Collada, the executive director, and he can forward it to the board.
Right. And so what the email?
Send it to Dr. Collada, and I'll send it to all members of.
Yeah, and what the email generally says, and I'm pulling my laptop now. What the email says is just basically that what the email says is that the board can be the supervising authority over the division, the DOI, and I thought that you guys would have, the civil service on the phone or something, since it was a question of whether that could happen.
Civil service was invited to join us.
Right. So I can keep asking questions, but I'm trying to pull the email so I can send it and read it verbatim for the board members, if that would help.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Weather.
Thank you.
Ms. Sport was next.
Ms. Sport, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know Dr. Johnson was waving his hands, and so if he would like to go first, I have no problem with that.
He stepped out for a moment.
Okay. Senator Jackson, at the time that you drafted and brought this legislation before the committee in 2018, was the problem that you were trying to address the fact that we had one person acting as both the executive director and as the DOI?
No, there were two problems we were trying to address. One problem was that the executive director at times would act as both the executive director and the DOI. The second problem was historically, because we had been getting emails for 2 or 3 years from physicians, right? And had brought legislation. This was not the first piece of legislation that was brought regarding the board. The second issue we had was that even when the positions are separated, without the legislation, there was a number of undue influences of the executive director on the investigations. So it was a bifold issue. The positions not being together.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's hard on this type
of
communication.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the problem was that the executive director and the DOI were serving concurrently in the same position or not?
That was one of the problems. It was two issues. We had 3 years worth of complaints, okay? And this was not the first bill that was passed to deal with the issue. This was the final bill that we passed that we thought would deal with the issue. Over the 2 or 3 year process of authoring legislation and having to kind of deal with this issue in the legislature, the first issue that arose was that when the two positions were held by two different people, the executive director would have undue influence on the director of investigations. So that's the first issue. Let's say that Dr. Collada was, I don't want to use him. Let's say Dr. A was the executive director and Dr. B was director of investigation, right? What? The bill sought to correct Dr. A having an undue influence over Dr. B when investigations were going forward, okay? The second issue that the bill sought to do is that when there was a vacancy in the either position, on how the vacancy will be filled even temporarily, so that the one person wouldn't hold both positions. So that was the two things that the bill sought to address.
Okay. Now, I was around during the 2018 session, and I went back and I watched the committee hearings of the Senate Health and Welfare Committee and the House Health and Welfare Committee. And at that time, I know Senator Milkovich was very vocal because he represented physicians, and I think that you do too. So you have firsthand knowledge of what the physicians were experiencing.
Right.
Correct?
Right. Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay. And so if we are abiding by your law, the way it came out of committee, and I watched the committee hearings, I didn't hear anything about an organizational chart, didn't hear anything about creating a division of investigations, didn't hear anything about employees of the DOI. And we have tried here to adopt a job description for the ED that follows the law as it was passed. And even if we had to delve into intent, I don't even think a court's going to go into a gentleman's agreement. I think that
let's pass a gentleman's agreement, Mrs. Ford. It on the law. I've looked at I never speak on something I didn't watch in the current form of it.
Okay.
I spoke on separating positions and the DOI not having influence on investigations. I spoke on that. That's on the record.
You mean the AD not having influence?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I spoke on that, and that's very clear in the record. So if the court asked me what was the intent of your law, I'm going to refer back to my statement with our legislative attorney sitting there that says that it was for the positions to be separate and for the positions to be separated to the degree that there was no influence on investigations by the ED. And I guess at that point they'll say, well, what do you mean? And I'll explain it just as I've explained.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope that we don't get to that point where we're in the court debating this, because that's the last thing that we want. But I guess my understanding was just a little bit different from yours. I see Dr. Johnson is waving his hand, so I am going to
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Ford.
you, Senator Jackson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
Senator, you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. Mrs. Ford, are you saying that there was never a time in testimony that I talked about the positions being separated and that they're not being influenced over investigations?
Ms. Ford, unmute your mic, please.
I don't recall influence over investigations. I know that you are definitely adamant about there being two separate people, that the executive director and the DOI would not serve in the same position. And like I said, I did watch the committee hearing, and I did not hear anything about creating a new division of investigations with the director of investigations being in charge of that division, or that division would have its own employees that would also be separated from the executive director. I did not hear that. And I just don't think it's gonna, this is just my opinion. as an attorney like you are, that I don't think it's going to pass the intent test in court.
Oh, I understand. And the board, of course, has the will to do what it would like to do. But if it's not clear, it'll be clear next session.
Yes, and okay, let me just say one last thing. When you passed this law in 2018, there were a lot of people on the board then that are no longer on the board. And we have I would say, 70 to 80% of the people on the board now were not on the board then. Most of us are new. And we're finding the current situation unworkable. It's creating chaos. Now, maybe the prior members of the board, when that legislation was passed, thought that that was just fine. So what you're hearing now is the new members of the board saying, this is somewhat unworkable for us. This is not the way we think that this agency ought to be led. We think that our executive director is the CEO of the agency. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I can only give you
different
our
people.
I can only give you our full legislative intent. And like I said, if something, I'm totally not going to tell you how to run your board. I'm just saying that was our legislative intent. And I think that's why you guys asked me to come on. In the instance that we don't feel like, when it's with any other author of a piece of legislation or group of authors, because it's had co-authors, if we don't feel like the legislative intent was very clear to give the board guidance, then we go back and amend it. That's why, we kind of have session every year. But I'm not going to say that if something doesn't work for the board has the vote, just like the legislature votes, right? And once you guys vote, if the intent of the legislation we don't believe is fully carried out, we go in and clarify. I've done it on other bills before.
Okay. Again, I thank you for the clarification, and let's go to Dr. Johnson since he's waiting.
Thank you, Senator Jackson, for your patience. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Attorney General and Senator Jackson for their interest in trying to help us. And I always say the proof's in the pudding. And this legislation that occurred, 2 to 3 years ago has been phenomenally successful, period. Because we have had, that I'm aware of, correct me if I'm wrong, Rita, we've had very few, if any, complaints from our licensees or from anyone else associated with the investigations department about due process or in any way unfair outcomes based upon the investigative process, which I think is just a great success. So let's just congratulate ourselves and our legislators and our and working with us to get a situation where that would be so vastly improved. Now, when you're talking about the legislation and its intent and whatnot, there certainly was an intent. I was on a number of phone calls, not in working toward the legislative process in committee. That the purpose was to divide the power of the executive officer from the investigations department and its DOI. And in other words, as we've discussed, and I believe we're so close on this. Actually, I believe if the proof is allowed to be left in the pudding, we are with the documents that are proposed. Hopefully, we can attain what the intent of the law is. As the senator just said, if we do not, then this will have to be amended, perhaps for better or for whatever. But the point was for no influence to be upon the investigative officer or the department there. And of course, the one of the checks and balances was the formation of the compliance officer. Our vision at that time, if there was anything that the compliance officer noted that was associated with a lack of process, to immediately notify the board and its president, which that has been in effect now for a couple of years, worked beautifully. The other possibility would be if there's anything that went as far as undue influence from anywhere else in the organization upon the
investigators, the DOI, or any part of an investigation, the compliance officer would report that to the board. Any undue influence from HR on an investigator, on the DOI, anyone else, then that would be reported to the board as counter to what the intent of this law and the will of the board is as to investigations. We want them to be wholly independent of undue external influence. External influence being anything outside of the board interface with the investigative department. It has been successful so far. This, or when you have a situation where you're trying to put these things down on a piece of paper, it's difficult and it's worrisome as to how this will be acted upon by the players involved. But we want a separation of the executive officer and the DOI, but we don't want a dissonance. We want a distance without dissonance between them so that we can have a cooperative and collegial board in general. I think that can be accomplished. There's zero reason from the legislation or from this proposed opportunity. Anything can be improved upon, but I believe that we could work together on this. And I think that if Senator Jackson and the legislature observes what we do in the next few months based upon our documents, and I have no comment on an org chart at this point, I'm just talking about these job descriptions, I think that there's an opportunity to really move forward. And because in actuality, it's basically, and I'm sure there is some, for lack of a better term, as Attorney Sport said, some organized chaos along the way when human beings are working with each other, especially with this many human beings working on as an intense situation as this is, that we could, there may be some evidence of lack of, shall we say, total organization. But I do think that we have been successful for the citizens of the state and for the licensees as to how this organization has run for the last couple of years, based essentially on what we're putting down on a piece of paper now. So if we have to go back to the legislature to further elucidate the intent, so be it. I hope we don't. I hope that I know Senator Jackson from the issues that we face in northeastern Louisiana is just covered up with vast problems up here that we need to be dealing with. But if we have to, we'll all work together on that as well. So that's where I am on that.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Senator, would you like to comment?
Yes, I agree. And listen, guys, as members, ladies and gentlemen, as members of the board, you have to make your own decision as the way you feel the law should be applied. You know, I've given what the legislative intent was, in my view, not going outside of what the committee said. Everything today I've said in committee and Representative Hardin and others have said in committee and agreed to. As I understand it, the Attorney General believes that the drafting of the law did not express the full legislative intent of it. And I have to respect his opinion as well. But at the end of the day, the Attorney General has an opinion, and the legislature, at least the body that you met with, the joint Senate and Governmental and House and Governmental Affairs committees, had their opinion. And I've tried to express that as succinct as possible based on the meeting we've had. The only thing that's left, and I did find the email, and so I'm gonna dig up Dr. Kalata's email and send it out, was the issue that we were left with and that's the only clarification that I think was needed after the meeting, was the issue on the civil service and how the civil service was interpreting everything. And I found the email. It's from Brian Ducatu. I'm probably pronouncing that real wrong. Okay. Yes. And it says, "Good afternoon, Senator. It was a pleasure to speak with you today. To answer your question, yes, the executive director can delegate his authority to the director of investigations for civil service purposes. It is also acceptable to have the position directly under the board, It is also acceptable to have the board directly supervise each position. Please note, delegation should be done by authentic act. And so I will send that over because that answered the question of whether the intent of the law could be effectuated based on civil service rules. And I'm still looking, because I'm working from home remotely, for Dr. Collada's email to get that out to you guys. And Dr. Collada, if you can text that to me, that would really help.
Yes, ma'am. I'll text it to the last number I had for you.
And so that's the only thing to me that needed clarifying. But everything I've spoke of is what the actual committee spoke to. And at this point, the board will have to make its decision. So I want to be very clear, because I always do a disclosure statement. I am an attorney. The information I've given today regarding legislative intent is information I would give if called into court requesting it. And at this point, the board in its board meeting has to make its decision based on information from myself and the Attorney General and any other information that you have. And as a member of the legislature, I do always comment that and I'm very clear on that, and it's not to unduly influence the board, but I'm always very genuine in what I speak on, because I wouldn't want to get off a call and have not said this. I do plan, if the law is unclear, to effectuate the clarity of law by statute.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Mr. Phillips, are there any other board members who would like to speak?
Yeah, Dr. Valentine had her hand up, and then Dr. Horton's after that.
You mind if I add Dr. Horton, because she hasn't spoken yet? I will go to her first.
That's Dr. Johnson.
Okay, Dr.
Sorry, just
That was okay.
point of clarification, Dr. Clark.
Yes.
As you recall, I read the civil service email from Senator Jackson into the record. That may be part of this confusion. I'm not sure that it was disseminated widely, but I read it word for word into the record at one of the last few meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for that clarification. Dr. Valentine, you have the floor.
Yes. What I was going to offer is I absolutely agree with what Dr. Johnson said, and I think the senator and the attorney general for being very clear in their guidance as well. But I think with what Dr. Johnson said, we are very had any complaints about investigations. We actually get, physicians actually feel that they are being treated very fairly with decisions that have come from the division from our agency. And I think that we're spending a lot of time trying to map out what would be clear and give some guidance without being too specific and prescriptive. And I say that we have a 4-page job description here, but I think that the opportunity is the fact that we say we want this to be written for the position and not people. But the fact of the matter is we have people in these positions. And so we really probably need to, there are things that we think are inherent in what we're offering, and that's that everyone is working well together, that communication is flowing freely in the matters that require communication, because although the director of investigations and the executive director don't speak on investigative matters, there are many other matters that they would speak on. And so maybe Dr. Clark has done a lot of work with trying to improve relationships with people in the agency, and I know we've spoken on having some training, some culture conversations, continuing those things, but things that can help people function better with each other. We have a very diverse board, and as Mrs. Sports said, a lot of the members are brand new. And so if there's a way that we could bring all of these people representing diverse groups together so we could work together better. I know Dr. Weather has mentioned this as well. something that we can do to have the people in the agency understand their differences also. So these documents can really inspire people to use, the executive director is using his or her directors to synchronize actions of the agency. Those directors then talk to the people in divisions, because there are multiple directors. There are things that we could do that would speak to people and not write a prescription for how they should behave, but really kind of support that behavior. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Any other questions for Senator Jackson this morning? Mr. Phillips?
No hands raised and no comments from the public.
Senator Jackson, I want to thank you as chairman of the board for taking your time to come and visit with us today. It was very enlightening and informational, and you're welcome back anytime.
Oh, thank you.
so
And
much.
I didn't receive the text from Dr. Collada. I believe he has my old phone number, but I was able to get his email from my staff. So I have forwarded that email to you guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You can stay on if you wish.
Oh, no, I have legal work to take care of. Yes,
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm told by Dr. Collada that Mr. Degutu is unfortunately not available this morning or has not made contact with the board. We invited him to attend, and we're disappointed that unfortunately he's not able to attend. Is that correct, Dr. Collada?
Yes, sir. We sent the same email to Mr. Decatur as we sent to Senator Jackson and to the Attorney General, and we received no response. I think we even sent 2 emails to Mr. Decatur, but I know one for sure and got no response.
Okay. That is the end of our morning session. I'm going to ask that we can take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at, let me look at my watch here. Let's say, let's try for 10:10. Okay, break for 10:10. Thanks to all our attendees this morning for their efforts. Good morning again. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. It's now 10:10. Mr. Phillips, are there any comments from the public?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. We're going to continue with our second part of our agenda this morning. I'd like to continue by just informing the board on some procedures. Additionally, we now must ask for any additions if we have an executive session to be placed into this morning's public session. So if that's a consideration, we will no longer be making additions to the executive agenda after the close of the public session. Also, all public session agenda items need to occur before we begin the executive session. These changes are being made on the advice of our counsel. I would like to introduce the members of our Attorney General staff that are assisting us today: Ms. Patricia Wilton, Ms. Emily Andrews, Ms. Lauren Sutterth, and Ms. Angelique Frio. We continue to be grateful for their help in this time of transition. And again, before I go on and move on, there are no public comments, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All righty. This morning, the second part of the agenda is going to be the discussion of the executive director job description. We've carved out, I think there are 8 items for discussion. But knowing that I'd like to limit some of the debate, I would like to propose a 2-minute time limit on the executive director's job description with the extractions of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, and 25. Even with 2 minutes, that's 20 minutes per item. With 8 items, you can do the math. That's 160 minutes. Members will be able to give their time to other members if necessary, and the board may actually part of that motion will be the board at my discretion, the chair at his discretion, excuse me, would be able to add extra minutes if a board member asks for it. But I'd like a motion to limit debate this morning on this issue so that we can expedite this, even though we have carved out 2 hours for debate. Is there a motion on the floor to limit debate to 2 minutes?
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor?
So moved.
Dr. Taylor has moved. A second?
Horton, second.
Dr. Horton is second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Galata, please call the roll.
On the motion to limit debate, Dr. Weather. Dr. Weather.
He's muted. We'll get him.
Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Dr. Horton.
Yes.
Dr. Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Sport.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine. Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes.
You have a unanimous decision, sir.
Well, thank you all very much. Hopefully this won't take too long. Maybe we can be pretty efficient. We've had some very good discussion this morning. Help us make some good decisions. And so
Order.
what?
Mr. President, did Ms. Sport, was she called?
Yes.
Yes, I called and recorded her
Okay.
vote.
I'm sorry. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, the motion passes.
Okay.
So the first item up on the agenda in the executive director job description is number 6. And And what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to let Ms. Jacinto, you're on the line. I'll tell you, I'll
And
read.
she is. She just muted.
What I would like you to do, Ms. Jacinto, is read those articles for me. So can you read number 6? Do you have it handy?
It's on the screen, Mr. President.
Oh, okay. All right. Have such powers and duties as specified by law under RS 3680-3-4 to employ, appoint, assign, supervise, and promote all employees in accordance with the applicable civil service laws, rules, and regulations, except with respect with the Director of Investigations, who shall serve at the pleasure of the board. Are there any comments in regard to this? This was extracted. Any members want to make any comments or amendments or anything along those lines? Please speak at this time.
I move for approval because it is in compliance with Louisiana Revised Statute 368034.
We have a motion. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Horton, second.
Dr. Horton, we have a second. Now we have discussion.
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor?
Yes, I think that there may be some concern about 6 by itself. However, I think when you read 6 and 7 together, that it clarifies that, you know, if the DED is going to employ, assign, supervise, and promote all employees in accordance, but under 7, he must coordinate with the DOI regarding the employment and assignment, et cetera, with all investigative staff employees. I wonder if it would be, it would help us move forward in the process if we were to combine those two or make 7 somehow a subset of 6, so that if someone were just to look at 6, they wouldn't get the idea that we were violating the legislative intent. But I think together,
you're offering
6
that
and-
as a friendly
Right.
amendment?
I am offering that because I know we're only talking about 6, but I think one of the shortfalls that some of our colleagues see with 6 is that it does not subsume 7. So taken by itself, it could be problematic.
Ms. Sport, you have you had the motion. What's your comment on this?
I can agree with that amendment. I think it does make sense, and it actually gives more power to the DOI than he currently has now under the law. So I think having the coordination provision in number 7 combined with number 6 works well.
Okay. Is there a second on Dr. Taylor's amendment? Do we have a second on Dr. Taylor's amendment?
You, second.
Okay.
Dr. Yu seconds that. Any further discussion on the amendment? Nay or yay? Well, go ahead and call the roll on that amendment, Dr. Galata.
On the amendment to combine 6 and 7, Dr. Weather,
Yeah, yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Sport, Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Sure.
Okay, unanimous, Mr. President.
Okay, then I think what we need now is a vote on the complete amendment by Ms. Sport, if I'm correct. And of the amended amendment, or are we okay with that?
I
You
think
have
we
to have a
did it.
vote on the amended motion, sir.
All right, that's what I figured. Call the roll.
On the amended motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It carries unanimously, sir.
Motion passes. So 6 and 7 become 6. And so that I appreciate the board moving on and voting on that and moving this forward. Now we'll move on to number 8. Number 8 is on your screen. Consult with the Director of Investigations regarding the general status / progress of investigations on matters to be included in the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings. However, the executive shall not serve as an investigator on any complaint received or initiated by the board with respect to a physician in accordance with LAC as you see it, nor seek any way to influence the conduct or outcome of any such investigation. Do we have a motion on this to approve?
So moved by Sport.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Dr. Taylor.
I hear, who's that? I didn't hear. Was that Dr. Horton or Dr. Thomas? Who seconded, please?
Horton.
Dr. Horton seconded. Discussion? Open the floor.
Dr. Taylor has his hand up,
Dr. Taylor?
and Dr. Johnson.
Okay,
I'll
Dr.
defer.
Taylor, please.
I defer.
Dr. Johnson?
I would open this for discussion for some ideas from the board. In general, this is my thought in the discussion that just transpired with the Senator and the Attorney General. It seems that we could make use of the compliance officer, and it may be that I got kind of confused, but I thought, by the way, I thought 6 and 7 last night should be together, Dr. Taylor. They're self-explanatory, but so to get to the point, is there somewhere in 7 or 8 here where we could put and I know we don't have a job description, or are we working on one at this moment in time on a piece of paper for the compliance officer, but I believe it's understood by everyone, including the intent of the law, that the compliance officer would aid and abet the board in making sure that there would be no undue influence from any external entity, HR included, on any person in the investigative division. Is there some way, and what I'm trying to do here is get this understood in this document so that maybe we can avoid any further legislation either in this upcoming session or next year.
As a point of order, I think, Dr. what we could probably do is I could work on this, this is an executive director job description, which you're kind of identifying as the job description of the compliance officer. And so what I could do diligently is begin work on something like that actually gives that authority or some authority to the compliance officer as directed by the board to have some of those responsibilities. But I think it would be kind of difficult to fit that in right here, in my opinion. But I understand where you're coming from. Okay, I really do.
My hand's
Ms.
up.
Sport, you have, go ahead.
I do have an amendment for
I'm
later
sorry, I've
on.
had my hand raised.
Yeah,
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the hand raises.
Yeah, I
Mr.
was
Phillips, you have to monitor that for me.
Yeah, I was
Dr.
waiting for
Thomas.
people to finish speaking.
Okay, Dr. Thomas, I'm sorry.
Yes, so I think that the first part of number 8 should be stricken. I think the whole part before the semicolon should be omitted. So the number 8 should read, the executive director shall not serve as an investigator in any complaint, et cetera, et cetera. I think we should strike the whole first part of number 8.
Okay, there's a motion to strike the first, I guess it's basically the first sentence. Well, at least up until that first comment, the first 2 lines, I guess would be the first, except where it begins. So it would read, the executive director shall not serve as an investigator on any complaint received or initiated by the board with respect to a physician in accordance with Act, whatever, nor seek any way to influence the conduct or outcome of any such investigation. Is there a second to strike that first language there?
I think it ultimately protects the executive director and it follows the intent of the law and the language of the law, not just the intent.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Dr. Thomas. Do we have a second?
Dr. Weather is doing a
Dr.
second.
Weather is raising his hand.
Okay,
Second.
Dr. Weather, we have a
Second.
second. Any
Yes.
discussion on the amendment to
Yes,
strike that?
Yeah. Dr. Taylor had his hand up and then Dr. Valentine.
Okay, so Dr. Taylor's first?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
I
Dr.
think
Taylor.
I don't have any problem with that, the starting over, actually starting after however, eliminating up to however. My concern is at some point, maybe not in this section, but in a different section, we do need to have some sort of dotted line communication between ED and DOI regarding general status and progress in such matters as putting this on the agenda, notifications to the board, because the communication, as I understand it, would still go through the ED. So I'm happy to support Dr. Thomas's edit. But I do want at some point for us to make sure, and I don't know if instead of consult would communicate be a better term, just from the standpoint of the machinery of how this agency functions.
Would like to make another amendment then?
No, I'm just discussing. I'm discussing whether
Okay.
if that is the sticking point, because
Dr.
again,
Thomas,
I'll
would
vote
you-
for this amendment, but I do want to make sure that we address the
Well-
issue of
So
communication.
you're directing
between the
this to
two.
Dr. Thomas to see if she
or
would
to
like-
anyone else.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Valentine.
yes. I think that to address what a couple of things what Dr. Taylor is mentioning, it could maybe read that the DOI provides to the executive director the matters to be included on the board's agenda or are scheduled for administrative hearings. Just that it's something along that line that the DOI gives that information to the executive director without discussing it and, not a consultation, but just maybe providing that info.
I think consultation is not the right word. I agree totally, Dr. Valentine. I think that gives an idea that they're talking about things that shouldn't be talked about. Go ahead.
And then also, we have, and just, we're physicians, but we have all licensees with many other medical professions. So it probably should say with respect to a licensee instead of with respect to a physician, just recognizing that we actually license more than just physicians and investigate more than just physicians. That's my second point. The last thing I want to say is about what Dr. Johnson mentioned. I think that where he could probably put what he was considering is 6 says, it said with respect to the director of investigations, maybe if we said, and the compliance counsel who should serve at the pleasure of the board, then that I think would alleviate a lot of the concerns about all the other issues. And I think it probably will get us where we want to go a lot faster, just in supporting what Dr. Johnson mentioned. And of course, that'll need to be another process, but if, and I don't know if we have a motion that the compliance counsel, it's except the director of investigations and compliance counsel who will serve at the pleasure of the board.
As president, I would speak against that. I think that is, I think we have a way to remedy this. I think including it into this document is just going to cause more problems than, and I think dealing with the DOI is important enough. And I think we can deal with this. And if we want to come back, what's important about this, Dr. Valentine and the board, this is a resolution. So we're trying to work out some things today. And if they want to come back in a month or 3 months from now and revise this document, we can. This is not, we're not trying to put this into rule. This is going to be a working document. So I would hope that, I appreciate those comments, but I think that as chair, I would speak against that last comment by Dr. Valentine.
So I think that would be more of a, something that would be more of a motion that we would look at that. I'm just trying, I want us to try to find a way that we can, you know, maybe capture what Dr. Johnson is saying. I'm just trying to look at this, how we as a board can put this together to stay on the right side of our intent, and then what all these other players are saying.
I will make you a promise as president to come back within 2 months with a job description for the compliance council that will incorporate your concerns.
And perfect. No, I appreciate that, and that person reports to the board. So then they are.
Of course, I think they have to report to the board on issues of compliance. There's no doubt about it. We don't want any interference. And I totally, I'm not against that. I promised within 2 months to have it on the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll make it alrighty.
All right, got Ms. Sport has her hand up, and then Dr. Yude and Dr. Thomas.
Ms. Sport?
Yes, I thought this was important to keep in the job description, whether we use the word communicate or consult, because the DOI is answerable to the board. The board is not answerable to the DOI. And so we don't want the DOI telling us how many cases we're going to have on a certain day on our agenda, or what our schedule should be regarding adjudicative hearings or administrative hearings or things like that. It's just a matter of planning and just making sure that there is coordination of the scheduling of things that are going to be on our agenda. And I think that if we do it the other way, it's the tail wagging the dog and not the dog wagging the tail.
Do you have an amendment, Ms.
Well,
Sport?
if communicate is more pleasing to anyone that wants to take out the entire section, because I think that would be a mistake, I would feel fine with exchanging the word consult with communicate.
Dr. Thomas, would that appease your concerns?
So I think it's redundant. We've already established that the executive director and the president are communicating the agenda. So I think for us to state it again here is just redundant, and it doesn't need to be stated. And
so you want to continue with your motion. That's fine. That's fine.
I think that language, consulting with the general status and progress of investigations, I think that is a very sticky wicket. And I think it's going to get the executive director, whether it's Dr. Collada or whoever else, into a lot of trouble. I think the purpose of the again, not the intent, but the language in the law specifically states that the executive director shall have nothing to do with investigations. And I think for us to put it in the job description, for him to be consulting about the progress of investigations is a problem.
Okay. Any other discussion on Dr. Thomas's amendment? Any hands up? Mr. Phillips.
Hand up, and then Dr.
You have the floor.
Yeah, two things. I agree with Dr. Taylor and Ms. Sport that sentence somehow needs to be kept in, but I agree about the word consult. I think that should be changed to communicate. I feel very strongly, yes, we need to have somebody, arrange or set up at least our agenda. If we want to make this into another number, that's fine. Otherwise, I have difficulty eliminating it completely. So that's one. The second point is, I'm new. I feel very strongly that the definition of the compliance officer or counsel needs to be clearly delineated, because I mean, I'm trying to make some conclusion from the statements being made by the other board members, but I agree with Dr. Clark that we should probably define what the compliance officer is, duties is, and so forth, so that it's clear to everyone. And at the same time, it will, I mean, that whoever's going to be the compliance officer or counsel will then, you know, help if there's some issues between the DOI or the ED. So I agree with Dr. Clark in regards to we should have, you know, a separate definition or document defining the compliance officer or counsel. That's all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Any other hands raised, Mr.
Dr.
Phillips?
Horton or Dr. Johnson?
They're recognized. Dr. Horton, Dr. Johnson? Hello? Alan, they're muted or?
They lowered their hand.
Uh-oh. Okay, so now we need a vote on the amendment. Excuse me?
Okay, Dr. O'Neill raised his hand for a second.
Dr. O'Neill is raising. Dr. O'Neill, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would point out that I think the original compliance council has only been in place for 6 months. They're not even included here. I'm showing something to my camera and it's not on. It's not even included. Her name is not even included in this the phone book for the board. So I think that needs to actually, and this needs to be redone and have her included. But yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Clark. You got to sit down and do a fairly descriptive job. And I probably wouldn't put her in this document until that's done, because we don't know how that's going to look. My personal feeling at this point. But that's up to the vote of the members. Otherwise, I'm actually okay with some of the discussion. I think coordinate or advise the DOI regarding the agenda. You could change it in all kinds of different ways. So anyway, that's all.
All righty. I was going to call for a vote, but I've heard a lot of folks comment on taking out consult, and Dr. Yu had used the word communicate, which I think is I like the best of what I've heard. Is there a motion on the amendment?
More hand raised, Dr. Clark.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Horton or Dr. Johnson?
Go ahead. You're recognized.
I appreciate the discussion on the compliance council situation. I wholeheartedly agree with Rod's concept in taking some deliberative action on this over a few weeks or a month to determine exactly what we could do and how that would interject in the interface between the DOI and the executive council. One thing I would ask, Rod, if you would, and I think it's within your purview to do it, would you let to kind of stay ahead of the intent of what we're doing today, the entirety of our intent, if you would let the Attorney General and Senator Jackson know about your efforts on the compliance counselor's job description vis-a-vis what will go on between the executive officer and the investigative department. I think that might be helpful if you just keep her informed as to what you're doing over the next few months.
I surely will, and like I said, I'm going to probably ask some input from a few of the board members, especially you, Dr. Johnson, maybe Dr. Valentine, because I knew you were definitely involved in developing this position, and but we'll also follow the law, of course, but we'll work together and see if we can come up with and present that to the board, hopefully before October, around October, I guess. Maybe I can get it in September. But we got a lot of things to deal with before then, but I will start working on it as soon as possible. And I will tell both Senator Jackson and the Attorney General that we have decided to move forward on developing a job description for our compliance council. Thank you for your comments.
More hands raised. We got Ms. Sport and Dr.
Ms. Sport.
And Dr. Taylor.
Who's next?
Ms. Sport.
I just wanted to say that I had added what I thought was a friendly amendment to this as part of Dr. Collada's job description, or whoever is the executive director's job description, to work with human resources, civil service, and the board to develop job descriptions for all State Board of Medical Examiners, department heads, and the like. So I think so. What I'm telling you is that I agree with you. The Compliance Council and probably some other people need their own job descriptions, but we don't need to be so specific about it. And that if we want, we can add it at the end of this so that it's something that the executive director and civil service and ourselves and human resources can all work on at some point in the future so that we have that in writing. I think it's just as important as our executive director having his own job description.
Agreed. Who's next, Mr. Phillips?
Dr. Thomas.
Dr. Thomas, you have the floor.
So I'm having trouble finding the first part of this document, section A. Could Jacinta perhaps locate where or which one of the components of section A? Oh, perfect. And is there one that addresses the agenda there?
Let me see. We can look through it real quick.
It's on the screen right now, and everybody was sent a copy for background information by email yesterday.
I'm looking through it, scanning it real quick. I don't see anything. Maybe it's in there. I'm just do some speed reading.
It's not there, sir. It's all 11 points are on the screen right now.
Okay.
A has to do with this. A has to do with qualifications, not duties.
You scroll down, we're on B8.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
This is Mary Payton. If
Yes,
everybody,
Mary.
since everybody's looking for this, it's under B23.
Oh, it's addressed it's in section B where it's addressed.
Yes, sir, under 23.
All right. Thank you, Mary, for that information. Let's look to B23. Can you pull that up on the screen for us?
Is that 23 or 22?
I was just addressing the one that says prepare and submit via the board's meeting agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yes, under 24, it also says prepare and organize in accordance with open meetings law and public records law, coordinating with department supervisors, the board's monthly meeting agenda as set by the board president, and supervise dissemination of the agenda.
Thank you, Mary.
Sure.
Okay. I think, anyone else who wants to discuss this item?
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor?
You're muted.
Dr.
I'm
Taylor?
sorry. Yes, actually, I think that in this spirit of moving forward with this, I'm okay with the sole number 8 being starting with the executive director, because that is a specific declaration in the law and legislative intent. I think that we can, if we'll agree, a gentleman's agreement as it were, to consider the remainder of 8 as we go down into or create its own portion or flesh out something in 22, 23, or 24 to make sure that we address that line of communication.
Okay. All right. So any other
I would
questions
support
on the
that
amendment?
I would support that as a friendly amendment.
Dividing it in.
Can we?
Dividing it
First,
into
what we
two.
have to do, but first of all, what you're basically doing is the motion is to strike.
Okay.
Consult with the DOI regarding the general status / progress of the investigation of matters to be included in board's agenda or scheduled administrative hearings. However, that's the motion to be struck. And what we do is, and so the friendly amendment is that there will be an amendment later on made by Dr. Taylor to add such or similar type of language on another item. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so right now, though, we need to vote on striking that and to clean up number 8. So the motion, is there any questions on number 8? On the amendment by Dr. Thomas to strike the first part of that?
Is that also going to change that word in 8 from position to licensee?
I think that would have to be another motion to do
Okay.
that. So let's go ahead and vote on Dr. Thomas's motion first. And with the idea, with the recommendation for Dr. Taylor of adding this in somewhere else down into the document. Okay? Call the roll, please.
On the motion to amend by strike to the portion of the semicolon in item 8 as printed, Dr. Weather. Dr. Weather. Dr.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton.
Yes.
Dr. Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Sport.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Gotcha. Mr.
Motion carries.
Unanimous.
Now there's a motion on the floor by Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine would like to add a word. I'm gonna let her speak to her motion. I'm not gonna speak for her. Dr. Valentine. This is number 8.
It's yes, with number 8, it says the executive director shall not serve as an investigator on any complaint received or initiated by the board with respect to a licensee in accordance with, nor seek in any way to influence the conduct or outcome of any such investigation. That's the motion.
So the motion is to replace physician with licensee. Do we have a second?
Yep.
O'Neill, second.
Horton, second.
Second with Dr. O'Neill. Discussion?
Discussion?
Yes, Ms. Board.
That's not what the law says. It's just not what the law says. And I know that it was broadly interpreted by Adams and Reese or whoever did our rules to say any complaint. The law clearly says more than once, any complaint regarding a physician. It says it twice in section 9. If we want it to be for every licensee, that's fine. It just creates more lack of communication between the ED and the DOI that is not necessary, and that was not intended by the law.
I think you make a good point, Ms. Ford. The just chair is having some privilege here. I think it's my issue is with, I don't personally believe that the executive director should be involved in any investigation of any licensee. I've always felt that. It's not in the law. But I also feel that there has to be communication between the two. Just because there's no reason why an executive director cannot know the status of the investigation or who's being investigated, but he can't interfere with it. Now, interference becomes a very foggy word, but I think knowledge is not interference. And so so we have to find a way that the executive director can have some knowledge, but not, and I think that we have, a bunch of smart folks on this board. Maybe we can craft some language that we can deliver what you're asking for, Ms. Ford. I mean, you may have that language, but I support, I want to rise and support the motion of Dr. Valentine. Any other comments?
well, we don't use the word interference because I don't think that we need the word interference in a job description. I think it's almost derogatory. It says nor, I like the way it's worded, that it says nor seek in any way to influence the conduct or outcome.
Point
which I
of
think
order.
Yes.
sounds a little better.
We have a
Dr.
motion on
Weather.
the floor, if I'm not
Yes, we have,
mistaken.
yeah, we have a motion. We have some discussion. And then we
Well,
can come back to
we
your
need a
motion.
second. I'll second it to
I
put
thought
it
it was
into-
second. I apologize.
No,
I thought
no,
I heard
sir.
a second.
I'll second it.
Dr. Weather, seconds. Any
I'm
any
sorry,
other
Dr.
discussion?
Weather.
That's all right. No problem.
I thought we had a second. That's my
Seconded by
bad.
Dr. O'Neill.
I had seconded.
Oh, Dr. O'Neill had, okay.
Yes.
Any other
I had-
discussion? Call the roll, please.
So on the motion to amend the word physician to licensee and the fourth line of item 8, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Abstain.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and an abstention. Mr. President, it passes.
Motion carries. There's also another motion on the floor, potentially by Ms. Sport. I think you want to change your word, Ms. Sport?
No, actually, the word influence is there. And someone had used the word interference. And I was just clarifying that we don't have interference in here. And so I think it reads
Oh,
well.
okay. I apologize. And maybe it was me. I must, I tend to do those things. So
I'm good.
now we need, I'm kind of trying to, I think what we need now, I think the motion, it has been amended. Do we need a motion to accept number 8?
Now you have to have a motion to approve the amended 8.
Okay, and so therefore, okay, I have a motion for Dr. O'Neill, I believe, and a second.
Second.
Have a
Weather.
second. Dr. Weather,
Weather.
call the roll, please.
On the amended motion, number 8, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Abstain.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas, 1 abstention, it passes.
Number 8 passes. Moving on to number 9. You have number 9 up on the screen for us. Develop and implement policies to receive and process license applications / renewals and to transfer license application renewals to the investigation department as may be necessary or required by law. A motion on the floor?
I move to, this is Valentine. I move to accept number 9.
Do we have a second?
Horton, second.
Any discussion?
Got a handout by Dr. Taylor.
Dr. Taylor, you're recognized.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Any other hands? We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
On approval of number 9, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 10 yeas, it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Approved. Number 10, submit and draft and submit a staffing plan / organizational chart, comma, which complies with Louisiana law and rules and board resolutions. Is there too many ands in there? I don't know. To the board for its approval as staff or added and at the board's discretion, displaying each employee in relation to each other and the following departments: executive, legal, licensing, operations / accounting, and investigations. Do we have a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve, Sport.
Well, Dr. Weather and a second by Ms. Sport. Discussion.
Oh. Yes, I'm trying to raise my hand.
Dr. Valentine, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. My only question is a legal department. Do we have a legal department? I thought that was just under Dr. Collada, the executive. We don't have a legal department.
In essence, we have one. We have under current instructions, we have a general counsel, a paralegal, and we have a part-time attorney. Basically, under instructions that this executive director was given, we have split duties because there is time that the current compliance counsel can contribute to the legal matters of the agency. And so we have a split duty for her, but as we redefine her job description, that may change.
So what you're basically saying is you do have a legal department or not?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We have a part-time attorney.
Well, in essence, the compliance counsel spends some time doing compliance observation for due process. And then when she's free, she has time to work for the other agency issues. We utilize her for that.
So she's the part-time attorney that we're referring to, that position.
We have.
Okay, no, that's.
Two.
And I think
Okay,
Mary
no,
is the
that's,
full-time person, is
And
our
we have a
general
full-time
counsel,
paralegal.
and a paralegal in the.
So yeah,
that, yes.
so it's we have Mary and a paralegal, but we're calling that a legal department.
Yes, because if it depending on how you redraft the job description for the current compliance counsel and how that job description may or may not change, Mary may need to have another attorney to help her with all the work.
Okay. Okay, so there will need to be someone there. I mean, we know that Mary's job just exponentially grew, so there will need to be someone there to help her carry out the business of the board,
Right.
the legal business. Okay. So we
Thank you
don't
for-
have one, we have one now. We
Yes.
need one now, I guess, with the changes that occurred with our legal situation. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Any comments from the board on 10? Any hands up, Mr. Phillips?
No, sir.
And I guess we had a motion and a second, I believe. So let's go ahead and have a vote.
On item 10 is submitted, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 10 yeas, a unanimous vote.
Motion is moved and approved. Number 14, supervise all accounting and fiscal operations of the LSBME. And I guess number 15 is similar. Supervise. We'll start with 14, but they're almost very similar. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Valentine. I move that we remove these two items from this job description so we don't negatively impact anyone else's in the agency's civil service responsibilities and job status. It's understood that the executive director will oversee everything that's happening in the agency, but if we put this specifically in his job description, then we have our financial officer, Denise, who specifically is responsible for this, and that could impact her civil service position. So with that, I think we should remove these two, understanding that he's going to have oversight of everybody in the, in the agency.
This is a point of order. I'd like to ask counsel, Miss Mary Payton, could you, would that in response to Dr. Valentine's concerns, would having that in this document, or I think we could probably do wordsmith this a little better, to be honest. I think supervise is not the word I would use, even though I was involved in writing some of this. Maybe the fiduciary responsibility would probably a better, I'm just throwing it out there, something like that.
Maybe I would be comfortable with amending my motion to remove these, remove them at this point until we can obtain further information from the civil service to ensure that we won't negatively impact other employees of the agency.
I think that's very appropriate. Any other, do we have a second?
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Taylor, seconds?
Thomas.
Thomas.
Dr. Thomas, seconds. And now we have some discussion on these two?
Yes,
We're going to be taking 14 and 15 together. We're taking 14 and 15 together, board, just as you know, the motion is to strike 14 and 15.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt. This is Mary Payton. I just wanted to address, since you had asked me, the intention was simply the fiduciary responsibility overall. I believe Dr. Valentine is correct that he's responsible for the entire agency in terms of its operations. And so perhaps it was superfluous to even include it, but, or superfluous, sorry. But I think they could certainly work with civil service to come up with something that would be satisfactory at a later date. As you mentioned, this is just a resolution and it can be amended later.
Okay, thank you, Mary, for that information.
Sport hand up.
Yeah, Miss. Okay, all right, Miss Sport. I have to ask Alan if anyone's ahead of you. Excuse me, okay, Alan. Is anyone ahead of Miss Sport?
Dr. Taylor had his hand up.
I'm sorry, Miss Sport. Dr. Taylor.
Yes, I appreciate Dr. Valentine's concerns. However, I think that I would prefer to add a secondary amendment, whether it's friendly or otherwise, that the executive director will exercise fiduciary responsibility for all accounting and fiscal operations of LSBME. I think that's clear within our current understanding. It's what he's doing now, and that should not adversely impact the job description of anybody who by definition is already working under his authority in this agency.
So you want to combine 14 and 15, and I don't know if Dr. Valentine want to withdraw her motion.
I don't know that I necessarily want to combine 14 and 15, but I think for 14 specifically, I think exercise fiduciary responsibility, I think is within our understanding. And then I think 15, he absolutely has the duty to supervise the preparation of that budget. It doesn't mean that he has to prepare the budget, but he has to be responsible for the preparation of the budget through his executive authority. So I'm just addressing 14, that we should change supervise to exercise fiduciary responsibility for, and then I would address 15 separately.
So you have a motion on the floor, secondary amendment to do
Can I
that.
Speak to that
1
quickly?
second. Well, no, not yet, Ms. Dr. Valentine, because it's a motion. Is it a motion or is it just a question?
I had the
Dr.
original
Taylor.
motion though.
I know. I'll recognize you in a minute.
Right.
I'm just trying to clarify with Dr. Tom.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and make it a secondary motion, then Dr. Valentine and I can have it out.
Okay, so it's a motion. I need a second, and then I'll let you speak to it. We have a second.
Weather
And
second.
Dr. Weather, Dr. Valentine, you may speak to his motion.
Sure. No. And I mean, we never have it out because I think that's part of the culture that we have to work on here. But I think that there isn't any doubt that the executive director has responsibilities over all of the operations in the board as well as the budget. I just want to make sure that we don't affect someone else's impact status with civil service negatively before we move on that. I just would like that clarification so that whatever we're adding in here, you know, I don't want them, well, we have it in 2 different job descriptions. So now someone is no longer a level 4, that may make them now a level 2. And, you know, there's a lot that goes into civil service, and these words mean something to them and to all of us. So my only goal, and I think Dr. Clark agreed with this, is that we make sure with civil service that this is appropriate wording, so we don't have now someone losing a significant portion of their paycheck because it doesn't stand up to what that job description is that they have with civil service. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. We now need to vote on Dr. Taylor's motion if there are no more comments on it. And if you want to restate your motion, Dr. Taylor.
And I appreciate
Ms.
Dr.
Ford
Valentine.
has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ford does have her
Okay.
hand up.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ford. I apologize. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Thanks, Terry. I like exercise fiduciary responsibility. And if we're worried about taking something away from another employee, which I don't think that we are by saying exercising fiduciary responsibility, we should say exercising fiduciary responsibility for all fiscal and financial operations of the State Board of Medical Examiners. Just take the word accounting out. Then we shouldn't have any problems at all.
Okay. Was that your motion, Dr. Taylor?
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. So now we have any more questions?
I would like to restate my amendment.
Go ahead.
I'd like to restate my amendment.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Exercise fiduciary responsibility for all financial and fiscal operations of the LSBME.
Okay.
So it does take out the accounting issue, and it does take out the supervise.
Okay, Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine?
Yes, I'm coming off of mute. Okay, I mean, I think that I still want us to be certain that, and since you said this is something that is evolving, I just want us to make sure that we aren't, you know, again, state that this may have a negative impact on someone possibly. I'm not certain. I don't have the answer to that, and this isn't any of our area of expertise. So I just want us, I mean, if this is the case, then we need to say that he's over IT, that he's over, you know, every director, or we're getting to that when we do that as part of his responsibility. It's part of his responsibility to make sure that the IT department is operating in a safe and, you know, proper manner. There's a lot of things that Dr. Collada, the executive director, has a responsibility for. We just want to make sure that everyone in that agency who we're responsible ultimately for, making sure that they're able to do their job successfully and supported by this board, that they have the ability to do that. And that we aren't having any civil service implications in our resolutions that would then change their job description. So I think that we can absolutely add something to this job description. When we revisit, we have to revisit this, as the president mentioned, that it may be premature for us to put it in there today until we can have the proper wording.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Any other comments?
Yeah, we got Ms. Payton and Dr. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill. Dr. O'Neill?
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. If you look at at what we're looking at right now, B4, it's already included. And ensure the mission, et cetera, but it's down to effective operation of the board's fiscal plan and budget. This seems redundant with that.
Okay.
I'm just pointing that out. It's already mentioned. Anyway.
Okay, good.
That might be why that wording seems so agreeable.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill.
All righty. So any other questions? We have a motion and a second on Dr. Taylor's amendment to.
Kim has her hand up.
Who's that, Ben?
Oh, it was just Megan.
Yeah.
I just want to
Okay.
again say that
Anybody
A
want to call
is-
the question on this pretty soon?
I would definitely love to call the question and just explain that A is qualifications
All right.
and B is duties.
Okay. All right.
Kim, it was B4. It wasn't A.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's right.
I'm sorry. Thank you,
All
Dr.
righty.
O'Neill.
I did my homework.
Yay.
All righty. Please call the roll.
This is on Dr. Taylor's amendment to change the wording of 14 to exercise fiduciary responsibility for all financial and fiscal matters of the LSBME. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson. Dr. Horton. Dr.
Are they
Horton.
mu-
Dr. Horton.
No,
Dr. Yu.
They're not muted.
Dr. Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
I'm sorry, could you clarify? I stepped away for a moment. Could you clarify the motion again?
The motion that we're voting on is to amend 14 to read exercise fiduciary responsibility for all fiscal and financial matters of the LSBME.
Are we not voting on Dr. Valentine's motion right now?
This is a second order, this is an amendment to Dr. Valentine's motion.
We will vote on her motion.
I thought her original motion was to strike those two.
We have to vote on this first and then we'll get to that. That's still.
Yeah, it
on
was
the
to
table,
have
Dr.
it as,
Thomas.
take this up at a later date when we can wordsmith it. That was my original motion.
Right, right.
I
So we-
apologize for the
but-
delay.
No apologies. That's all, just a point of clarification. That's all. We will vote on
vote-
Dr. Valentine's motion.
My vote is no.
Okay.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
No.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
try to back, Dr. Johnson, Dr.
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton.
Yes,
Okay, we have 8 yeas, 2 nays, and the amendment to change 14 to read about the exercise fiduciary responsibility passes.
Okay.
Matter of deferring 15 on a definite matter until you have a definite time, until you have clarification of civil service.
We have 14 and 15.
Yeah, 14 and 15.
So 14 is now amended, and you only have to defer 15 as the motion would be only on 15.
No, I think the motion still on the floor is still to defer both of those. That's her, Dr. Even though it's been amended, the motion is to defer both of those. Okay? Am I correct, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct.
All right. So call the roll to defer 14 and 15.
Okay, Dr. Weather to defer 14 and 15.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Yu,
No.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
No.
What is the vote on that one?
It is 6 yeas and 4 nays. It passes. 14 and 15 are deferred until we can get comments from civil service.
Thank you very much. Next is 25. Employ contract employees subject to approval by the board and delegate to subordinate staff the performance of any duties included herein unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board.
I can,
Any
So this is
comment?
Valentine?
Anybody want to move
I
on
move, yes,
I'll
this is
second.
Valentine.
that? Mhm.
I'm moving, my motion is that, to employ contract employees subject to approval by the board. Included herein unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board. I think that when we say and delegate to subordinate staff, I think that should be coordinated with their direct supervisor. And so the only reason I take that out is so that we can do things that could foster that relationship and conversation
Okay.
between the executive director and his leadership team.
So can you restate your motion or the
Sure.
amendment?
Employ contract employees subject to approval by the board. Any duties, I guess it'll go to unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board. So employ contract employees subject to approval by the board unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second,
No.
O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill seconds. Any discussion? Who has their hands up? Alan?
Yeah, Dr. Taylor just raised his hand.
Dr. Taylor, please, you have the floor.
So if we're going to take out delegate to subordinate staff the performance of any duties included herein, is that generally not a general duty that executive officers, execs have?
Okay.
The ability to delegate?
I can offer an amendment with that in mind. And
You
it would
want to
be,
change, you want to modify your motion?
yes, please.
Okay, go ahead. The board will
It
allow
would be
that.
employ contract employees. And this is all in the spirit of collaboration between the employees of the board. Employ contract employees subject to approval by the board and delegate to subordinate staff through coordination with their direct supervisor, the performance of any duties included herein, unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board.
Mr. President,
Yes,
that creates a difficulty that I would like to point out, and it may be an unintended consequence, but I want to point it out. Let's say a supervisor is out for a period of time or is not in today, and I need to tell one of the agents in a different department to do something for me. I would be prohibited from doing so because I had to go through the director who was not available.
no, I don't think we can tie your hands. I think what you should do is any manager is allow your subordinate managers to work with their employees, but at any time that you need to step in, you have to have that authority. That's just good management. But but that's only in very rare situations that should occur.
But nonetheless, if I need something, for example, if I need information on a license because we have a request from a legislator and this Aloma doesn't happen to be in, I need to be able to call a licensing agent and say, give me the information. I think these are real world issues and I just don't want to have an unintended consequence. I will abide by whatever you tell me to do, but if the unintended consequences, I can't do that, then I can't do that.
Dr. Valentine, do you have a way that we can ameliorate his concerns?
Yes, absolutely. I think that, I mean, because what we wanted, all of this is to really foster that communication. And I agree with Dr. Clark that that should be a rare situation and you can always call your manager. Even if there's times where you may be out, but someone may need to reach you for a question or guidance, and you can always you call your staff and your directors and find out what you need. I think we need something that can kind of continue to build that relationship. And I agree with Dr. Clark, that should probably be more of an exception than the rule. And of course, things will happen, but I think any way that you could possibly reach out to your managers and directors, that'd be what we want. We'd want that kind of communication and collaboration to occur.
And while I always do that now, we may have, just like I was out for I had surgery, I had a document delegating my authority to my assistant administrative executive assistant. I mean, to Miss Denise, who is my second in line, and that was documented. But in the event that somebody's having surgery, sick out for a day, you don't want to bother them in the hospital. You don't want to bother them at the doctor.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I would, I agree with you.
Then don't put that language in there.
I understand. I think, Dr. Gulati, I understand what you're trying to say. I think that's inferred, and we'll have to work with that through organizational chart that we construct. But I agree that probably we don't want to micromanage too much. We want to give a little flexibility and discretion to the executive director in this regard. But there's a motion on the floor, and
several hands raised as well.
I don't know if I've had a second. Did you want to amend your? I think that we're probably going to have a second on your amendment, Dr. Valentine. You want to continue to keep the managers in there? Is that, or do you want to kind of take some of that out and just go back with your first motion?
I can. I mean, I want this to inspire collaboration, but also I want, some just consideration will be given to special circumstances. Of course, if someone is having a surgery or there's an emergency, and that would be considered, and I would want that to naturally occur. But I would be open to changing it to employee contract employees, subject to approval by the board, and delegate to subordinate staff with coordination or collaboration with the directors or managers as much as or whenever possible, or as much as possible, something. And of course, the lawyers can word that the way it needs to be worded, but the performance of any duties included herein unless otherwise directed by law, rules of the board. Even something that says,
maybe would be best as a comment is just to move on what you had originally said, and then we could maybe come back with some better language unless someone else wants to offer some better language.
Dr. Clark, I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Right.
I mean, we're collaborating as well. So I like that idea.
Okay. Yeah. Any more discussion on this, Mr. Phillips? I think we're back to the original motion. And I don't recall if Dr. Taylor had an amendment or not. I don't recall where we were.
Several hands raised.
All right. Go. Who's next?
Ms. Sport first.
Ms. Sport, go ahead.
Okay. I really liked a lot of Dr. Valentine's suggestions today, but I'm going to oppose this one because this is boilerplate language in an executive director contract. He needs to be able to delegate and performance of duties to subordinate staff. And I understand about the collaboration and cooperation and all that stuff. I think that's in here. And I think that in the qualifications that we have, we say that he has to have the ability to communicate well and all of that stuff. So the most I would do here is divide it into 2 sentences, but I think that the executive director needs to have the power to delegate duties to his subordinate staff.
So you stand against this motion?
I am against the motion.
Okay. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, Dr. Thomas.
Dr. Thomas.
And this is just wordsmithing, my only suggestion would be to take the word subordinate out of there because it's kind of redundant. By definition, any by the organizational chart, every staff member in the agency, except for the DOI, is subordinate.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to that effect, a secondary motion?
Sure.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on replacing subordinate?
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor?
I was seconding Dr. Thomas's motion, and I want to speak to the original motion when it comes back.
Okay. Any discussion on replacing subordinate? I guess it would just read staff, delegate to staff. Is that what it would probably read?
Agency staff.
Oh, you would, okay. Is that a friendly amendment, Dr. Thomas? Agency, you want to change the word to agency instead of subordinate?
That's very appropriate.
Okay. Any discussion? Any hands up?
No hands up.
Okay, let's vote on Dr. Thomas's motion to change the word subordinate to agency in item 25. Dr. Kalata, call the roll, please.
On the motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay, item is amended. Now back to the original motion. Dr. Taylor, you want to speak to the original motion of Dr. Valentine, which is to extract some wording.
Yes.
No, it wasn't to extract the wording. It was to add in collaboration with the managers and.
Oh,
and
I thought we
directors.
went back to the original motion, though.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
so you-
sir. No, we're going, I want to keep that in there and just I want something that says that there should be collaboration in that agency.
I know, but we need
And-
we need a clear motion on it. That's why I was wondering
Okay,
if we
so
should
the
just.
clear
Yeah.
motion is employ contract employees subject to approval by the board and delegate to agency staff in collaboration with their managers, when possible, the performance of any duties included herewise directed by law, rules, or the board.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Dr. Taylor, you have the floor.
Yes. I would leave with except for the change of subordinate agent, which we've already done. I would leave this the way it is. What this structurally does, certainly down the road, what I think this would do, it creates more barriers for the executive director to run the agency. Whether that's the intent, again, we're looking at not people, we're looking at positions. If the executive director says, I want person in this department to do X, and we're certainly trying to notifying, working with the supervisor, but if the supervisor says no, the executive director still needs to be able to take that action, and if that becomes an issue of the executive director's job performance, then so be it. But I think that in the end, the exec has to be able to do that, understanding that if the exec does that without the proper collaboration, that becomes a job performance issue that comes before this board. I don't think it should be specified that basically the exec has to essentially have permission from each of those department heads to do what he thinks is necessary for this agency.
So you're speaking against the motion?
That's correct.
All
Although
right.
I would like to keep agency staff instead of.
No,
subordinate
that's
staff, so we
already
can do
been
that.
amended.
Okay,
That's
good.
amended. That's amended.
Okay.
Any further comments or
Dr. Valentine.
questions? We're gonna vote. Okay,
Yes,
hearing none.
um,
Dr. Valentine, I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
So I
got-
don't want the word collaboration to be interpreted as permission. I think that we don't have enough collaboration occurring. And as the governing board, we should do whatever we can to encourage that. And that's why it's collaborate with managers and directors when possible to the performance of any duties. And that way, I mean, if it is possible, it is, but we understand that ultimately it's the executive director's responsibility to get the job done. And would like that as well, a director or manager saying no would be very rare. And something that we probably would wind up hearing about. But I think that it really kind of reinforces the fact that we expect everyone in the agency to talk to each other, to work with each other, and collaborate with each other. And I think having when possible in there probably alleviates some of Dr. Taylor's concern, if not all of it.
All right, we're gonna, any comments or on this motion? Dr. Kalata, can you state the motion and we're gonna vote?
The motion is, as I understand it, to employ contract employees subject to approval of the board and delegate to employees, delegate to staff the performance of any duties whenever possible, coordinating with the director of that employee, included herein unless otherwise directed by law, rules of the board.
Dr. Valentine, is that what you're saying, your motion?
Yeah, it is employ contract employees subject to approval by the board and delegate to agency staff through collaboration with the director or manager, the performance, whenever possible, the performance of any duties included herein unless otherwise directed by law, rules, or the board.
Thank you for that clarification. Call the roll, please.
Dr. Clark, is there a second on that motion?
Yes, we had a second. It was way back when. I don't know who seconded it, but it was.
She amended it now. She do need a motion to have this one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So do I have a second? I'm sorry. She did amend it.
Weather, second.
Dr. Weather has seconded, and I guess we have to go through discussion again, but I think we have discussed this ad infinitum. Huh?
You can call anybody, you can call a question now if there's no.
I think, please, I think we'll call the question. If someone would do that, but we will move. Okay, beautiful. Go ahead.
Dr. Weather?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson?
Abstain.
Abstain. Dr. Horton?
No.
Dr. Yu?
No.
Dr. Thomas?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
No.
Ms. Sport?
No.
Dr. Valentine?
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill?
No.
Dr. Taylor?
No.
You have 1, 2, 3. You have, it's 6-3 with one abstention. It fails.
Okay. Do we have a motion to?
3 ayes, 6 nays, and an abstention.
Do we need a motion to approve the amended 25 as per Dr. Thomas?
The amended 25 to simply take subordinates out and add staff.
Agency.
Agency.
Right. Agency. Okay. And do we have a second?
Horton, second.
All right. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Dr. Taylor, I think we've already discussed this, but you can go ahead and ask a question.
No, I just want to reserve, after we finish this, there's still one more item I'd like to bring up.
Okay, go ahead.
So go ahead and vote.
Call the roll.
Vote of 25 as amended with just the change to agency staff. Dr. Weather?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
Dr. Horton?
Yes.
Dr. Yu?
Yes.
Dr. Thomas?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Sport?
Yes.
Dr. Valentine?
No.
Dr. O'Neill? Dr. O'Neill? Dr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill votes yes. Dr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 yeas, 1 nay. It passes.
Okay, motion is approved. Dr. Taylor is recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd like to ask the board's permission and indulgence to go back to the first section of 8 that was carved out regarding consultation with the DOI regarding general status progressive investigations. I would like the board's leave to amend 20. I know 24 wasn't on the initial schedule, to allow 24 to be amended after.
Would you like to add 25 instead of going? Is that what you, or what would you like?
No, this, because it's not germane to 25. It's really germane to 24.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
But as we discussed that we would address 8, I think it's appropriate to put it in with the part of the description that is more germane to its intent.
Okay.
And that would be, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just, at some point, perhaps this could be added to the public agenda. Just number 24 then.
Why?
We're not discussing it. We're going back to 8. We're not discussing 24 right now, I don't believe. Correct, Dr. Am I wrong?
Well, we don't have, if we want to do 8 as a standalone, if that makes it easier, we can do it that way too.
That's what I was thinking about doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why
Okay.
don't you just make it an independent number, make it 26.
Okay. And I would
Do we
like
have to have a motion to add 26, Ms. Payton?
27.
Or 27? I don't have all the documents. Let me see how many we have under B. I apologize. Dr. You probably, let me see here.
I think it's fine since it's the language from number 8.
Okay.
We contracted 6 and 7, but then I think we took half of 8. So I think we're 1 number down.
Okay, so we don't really have to add a number. Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I would move that we include the first half of what was 8, communicate with the DOI regarding the general status progression investigations and matters to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings.
There's the motion.
If there's more cleanup or more precise language that would help narrow that down specifically to for the purposes of agenda and administrative hearing scheduling, be more than willing to accept those as friendly amendments.
Okay, we'll see if we have some. Do we have a second?
Sports second.
Okay, anyone like to speak to that motion by Dr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, could Dr. Taylor repeat it one more time?
Dr. Taylor for Dr. Thomas, could you repeat your motion?
He'll try. Okay. Communicate with the DOI regarding the general status, progress investigations, and matters to be included on the board's agenda as required for the agenda or scheduled administrative hearings. Let me try that again. Communicate with the DOI regarding the general status, progressive investigations, and matters in order that may be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings. So it's a very specific instance when that communication should take place.
Mr. President,
Yes.
this might be an opportunity to add, and also in matters of licensing, status of investigations, because that's an issue you have failed to address throughout all of this.
Well, I'll see if a board member wants to talk about it, and we'll consider that, Dr. Collada. There may be a friendly amendment coming. You never know. Any hands up on this?
I usually have mine up.
Go ahead, Ms. Ford.
I'm happy to add licensing to this. So
Is this
because
going to
there-
be a friendly amendment, or is it we're going to need to vote on this?
No, well, I think it's
Dr.
friendly
Taylor?
because there will
All
be
right.
some licensing issues
Well, let's ask
that
Dr.
may end up
Taylor
in
if it's friendly.
investigations.
Dr. Taylor, is this friendly?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so, okay.
Oh, it doesn't matter if it's friendly to me, sorry.
Well, in that case,
I don't know.
All right, so how would the amendment read, Ms. Ford?
Okay, let's see. Did Dr. Taylor use communicate with the DOI regarding the general status progress of investigations and licensing matters to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings.
All righty.
Okay,
That's a friendly
Oh, wait.
amendment. I guess it's
Can
accepted
you
as a
say that
friendly
again?
amendment.
I'm sorry.
Please repeat that for Dr. Valentine.
okay, so to communicate with the DOI regarding the general status / progress of investigations and licensing matters to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings. And then in an explanation, we know that there might be some licensing issues that may be transferred from the licensing department to investigations. So I think it's good to have licensure in the discussions that the DOI can have with the ED.
Thank you, Ms. Sport. Any discussion on this?
Dr. Valentine has her hand up.
Dr. Valentine.
Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Yes, I think that the communication should be information for the agenda. That's ultimately what this is about. So maybe we could take out consult with it's communicate with the DOI.
Right, we took out
regarding-
consults out.
Right. I think we should just take out communicate with the DOI regarding matters to be included on the board's agenda and take out general status / progress of investigations. Because I think speaking to what Taylor mentioned earlier, that may be problematic with the what was explained to us earlier today. But I think that if we have communicate with the DOI regarding matters to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings, that would cover everything. And it would take that specific language out.
I'm raising my hand.
Go ahead, Ms. Sport.
I think that we ought to leave it in, Christy, because we have instances sometimes where there are I don't know, 40 or 50 cases that need a 90-day extension. That could be because of staffing issues or whatever. I think that Dr. Collada ought to have the right to ask, if maybe someone from licensure might be temporarily placed in investigations to help move those cases along. And so that's what I was thinking of here,
Well-
not only putting it on the agenda, but also about assistance with case flow for the entire agency. Because if we have many requests for 90-day extensions or 180-day extensions, that is something that the legislature is probably going to get calls about. And that's something that attorneys for any licensee that's under investigation or had a yes answer may be calling, maybe calling our agency about like what's taking so long. And so I think it would be
Sure.
great for them to be able to communicate about that.
Well, I think, communicating about I think it goes along with what we were saying about being, more micromanaging on that instead of just saying communicate with the DOI regarding matters to be included on the board. It kind of envelops all of that so that it's not as prescriptive or this particular thing or that particular thing. But I think it kind of goes to what you were saying earlier, Ms. Sport, about, having it not be as prescriptive, but something that may be a little bit broader.
Yeah. And I'm, Christy, on this one, I'm going to just respectfully disagree with you.
Well,
Okay.
if I may step in and I may ask Ms. Witten to make some comments, because current law, if I'm correct, does not prohibit the executive director from doing any of that. The executive director can go, and as long as he's not directly involved in an investigation, the executive director can go and ask these questions. So, Ms. Witten, are you on the line? Please, if I misspoke, please correct me.
Yes, Dr. Clark, I think that you're correctly stating the current status of the law, that nothing prohibits communication or seeking information. And I think the difference there is that the communication in some senses is meant to be limited to the types of things that people have been discussing as a matter of just the way the agency operates, the way the staff conduct their business. And I think it's going to be difficult to write this in any more specific of a way that doesn't hinder both sides from being able to function effectively. At some level, it's going to have to be assumed that everyone is operating in good faith, and to the extent that someone believes that something is encroaching on something that's not permitted under law, then that person should just, speak up, either because that person's not getting information that they believe that they're entitled to under the law and under the board's rules, or because another person thinks that information is being sought or communication is being had with that person that goes beyond what the board is envisioning. I do think that as a practical matter, these are the kinds of things that well-intentioned, well-meaning people trying to do the right thing are going to be able to handle. But given that the amount of time that's been spent trying to make these words mean something to everybody that is clear and unambiguous, it's not a wasted effort to try and be sure that everyone agrees with the way things are being stated. I do not think that the executive director is prohibited from communication. I think he's prohibited by law from influencing or attempting to influence. So to the extent that he seeks information necessary to perform the functions and duties that have already been assigned to him, I don't necessarily think that the job description should preclude that. I hope that answered the question that you had.
No, I think that's the clarity we need on all this. Yes.
Judge McNair.
Judge, please. We're honored to have you here, as always.
Thank you. My only concern is, particularly in listening to Senator Jackson this morning, when you have words like the general progress of investigation, that leaves itself open to lots of interpretation. And I agree with what was just stated in terms of good faith people can obviously operate in good faith, but you're going to have others outside of the agency reading these rules as well. And the status and progress of the investigation, communicating with DOI about the status and progress of the investigation could be interpreted in a way that conflicts with the intent that Senator Jackson was talking about. And I believe that all the concerns that Attorney Sport mentioned in terms of information regarding delays of hearings and things of that nature, of course, the executive director is entitled to that information, but I think that's covered when you talk about when you talk about the ability for the executive director to schedule the agenda and do the administrative components. The language of general status, progress of investigation concerns me. The other part, I got no concern with. I think that, in fact, he should have that. The board's agenda or scheduling for administrative hearings, that's absolutely correct. That's all.
When I read that, I saw that in a whole different way, and I appreciate your comments, because my impression of reading that was just knowing how's it coming along, and do I need to get a quorum of the board together for a hearing? That's what I interpreted that to mean, is what it's just mostly a process issue to make sure that we have some efficiency.
Somebody outside of the agency, let's say an attorney who's representing a doctor, could come in and talk about the communication between DOI and executive director regarding the progress of his client's investigation. I
see your point. That's what I'm trying to say. When I read it, I didn't see your point. I see your point. I understand.
I'm sorry, I've had my hand up for quite a while.
Hands raised. Yeah.
Dr. Thomas?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank the judge for his very insightful comments. I completely agree with every single thing that he just said. I'd like to remind the board that, and it was an issue brought forth by Ms. Sport probably about 6 months to 8 months ago, that when there was a question about the length of that list, Dr. Cresswell did a thorough review of what issues were making that list so long. And the vast majority, I think 98% of the reason why that list was so long was not because of this agency, but because of the hospitals and the physicians responding in an appropriate amount of time with the information needed to adjudicate those cases. So my point is that when there was an issue or when there was a problem or question about how things were being managed by the DOI, the board did its due diligence in investigating why that occurred. The executive director didn't even have to be involved in that. When the board, as is stated by the law, when the board found that there was a problem or suspected that there was a problem with how that was being handled, the board did its duty and found that the DOI was correctly and appropriately handling that caseload.
No, we already passed.
And Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
Yes, I appreciate, I always appreciate the judge's input. Be willing to make an amendment to address that, or change, or put up a different motion. I really want to be sure that we put in somewhere in this, that for future reference and current reference, that there must be communication between the DOI and the ED that does not include any interference by the ED. So if we consult with the DOI regarding any investigative matters that are to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings, I think that's as tight and as clean as it needs to be, and it doesn't leave any room for interpretation that the exec is exerting any undue influence.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that is my motion.
I second it. O'Neill.
Dr. Clark's muted for some reason. There you go.
I don't know what happened. Dr. Taylor, I was trying to talk to you. So you want to use the word consult or communicate?
Communicate with the DOI regarding any investigative matters to be included on the board's agenda or scheduled for administrative hearings.
Okay. And so that's the new motion. Do we have a second?
I already seconded it.
Dr. O'Neill. Okay. And any discussion?
No hand.
Anybody's hands up?
Did it change anything?
We'll see.
No hands up. Okay, let's vote. Dr.
I
Collada.
was trying to raise my hand. I'm sorry.
Dr. Valentine, go ahead.
My question is, the judge, I appreciate you bringing in the perspective of someone outside of this extended conversation that we're having over this job description and how this may look to others and representatives of our licensees. Does that amendment cover what you believe it should cover? Do you think that would address that. The removing general status, progress of investigations, and putting instead, what was that, Jim?
It would be communicate with the DOI regarding any investigative matter to be included on the board's agenda or schedule for administrative hearings.
Was that question posed to me?
Yes, Judge,
Yes.
you can, Dr. Valentine was asking you a question.
Yes,
And
I think Dr. Taylor's amendment alleviates my concern.
thank you, sir. Dr. Valentine, any further
Thank you.
comments?
No, that's all. I just wanted to make sure we were on good ground with that. So thank
Any
you.
other-
Thank you, Judge.
Any other comments from any other board members? Any hands up, Mr. Phillips?
Not at this time.
Call the roll,
question.
please.
On the motion, now number 27, soon to be 26 as we defend it. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous, sir. It passes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good work for everyone. And
Dr.
we'll
Clark?
probably revisit this in a few months as well is the president's resolution. I'll probably have them both back on the agenda so we can discuss if we want to amend them. I've had some comments from non-board members actually about how this was brought about, the executive director report. So I want to executive director job description. So I just want to state for the record that this was pretty much brought about by board concerns, in my opinion, and need to have this done. It was kind of motivated through the emergency of COVID and us needing some clearer definitions of what the executive director's duties were. And I also want to state for the record that Dr. Collada had no influence in creation of this document. This was a document that was initiated by me and constructed by Ms. Payton in collaboration with the Attorney General's office. So I just want to state that for the record. We're going to take a break for lunch. Would the board want to do 30 minutes or an hour? Do I have a consensus? I have it scheduled for an hour. Would y'all want to get back a little sooner?
45.
30.
Of Solomon.
30.
Okay. We're going to do 45 because I can't get back in 45. 45 minutes. That's going to put us at 12:45 to resume. We're taking a break. Thank you. Sorry, Miss Sport.
Win some, lose some.
Okay, everyone should be coming back from lunch. We got 3 minutes. Mr. Phillips, are you online?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Have we had any comments from the public at all?
No, sir, not at this time.
Thank you.
Mary, we left with Mary had her hand raised. I'm not sure if she left that up on purpose, so I'll let you.
Mary, do you want to say something? I mean, we're not back in, but do you want to say
Yeah.
something? Do I need to know to recognize you?
No, I just, when Dr. Colada originally read the last amendment, he mentioned something about a number, and the numbers are going to be redone. So I just wanted everybody to realize that.
Well, we'll do, if you want me to, I can recognize you when we come back. And y'all can talk to whatever, because we kind of hastily did this at the ending.
Sure.
I mean, it's kind of the end of a long morning. So, and we have some time. We're ahead of schedule. So
Sure.
I want to get it right. We want to get all this right, and I have to go back and fix it. Of course, we may, but.
Dr. Taylor, you need to speak, or you want to wait till we get back in session?
I'll wait till we're back in session.
Okay.
All right. Okay, everyone, I hope y'all had a great lunch. And we're going to go ahead and get started. It is now 12:45. So we're going to first, I think there were a couple hands up that needed to be addressed, or some comments left over from this morning that we probably need to deal with. Miss Mary, I think you were the first one that had a comment. Miss Payton.
Appreciate that, Dr. Clark. I believe Dr. Colada has hand up. I just want to make sure it's not with regard to a quorum or something like that.
Okay, Dr. Colada, do we have a quorum?
You have a quorum, but I don't think everybody is here. You had a quorum when you disbanded, but I don't think everybody's here at this time. Might be
Okay,
best-
you want to give it another 5 minutes?
No, I think just give a quorum call and we'll know if we have 6. It looks like we're close.
Okay, let's do a quorum call.
Okay, quorum call. Dr. Weather,
Yes, here.
Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson. Dr. Horton. Dr. Horton. Dr. Horton, I see her on TV. She's here. Okay. I need to hear your voice, Dr. Horton. There you go, Dr. Horton. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You're a yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Yu,
Here.
Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Dr. Clark.
I'm here.
Ms. Sport.
Here.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes, Valentine's here. Okay, I did.
Thank you, Ms. Spore.
Ms.
I'm gonna
O'Neill.
make it.
Dr. O'Neill.
Then we're just calling roll.
I'm here. I'm here.
And Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
I know Dr. Taylor's here and I see Dr. Johnson. So I think we're all, he's maybe
You
except
got-
for Dr. Thomas, maybe not be available.
Dr. Thomas and Dr. Valentine. I didn't hear Dr. Valentine. So you have 8, so you have a quorum.
Well, let's give it a couple more minutes. I
Okay.
want to see if we can get everybody back.
I have a point of order when you convene.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll be first on the list.
Just go down the road. Whatever she had.
When you see anybody pop up, let me know and we'll start. I'll give it a couple more minutes. It's 12:48. Dr. Yu was on you called her as well?
Dr. Hughes present, only missing Dr. Thomas and Dr. Valentine.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I'm
All
here.
right. All
Okay,
right, we're ready to
yeah.
go. Dr. Collada
You
has
have
a
100% quorum now.
wonderful, beautiful. Dr. Collada, you have a point of order.
Yes, sir. With regard to your last discussion, I just want to make it perfectly clear that as my role as the agency director in charge of licensing, I need to be able to get information about the status of an investigation in terms of somebody whose license is in the investigations department because of yes answers on the attestation page.
What do you mean by status? Because that was,
Okay.
define that for me.
All right. You've now hired a new doctor to work in your practice. The application has been in for 3 months and you haven't heard anything. You call me up. I say, let me look into it. I call down and invest in licensing and they say everything's on hold because it's in the Department of Investigations because there were yes answers. Now, I can do one of 2 things. I can say, I can't do anything about it, doctor. Your license, your intended partner, his license is in Department of Investigations and I can't do anything about it. Or I can call investigations and say, what's going on? You think it'll be finished in 2 weeks? Does it need 6 more months? What should I tell these people? I mean, it's a situation where we see this all the time. Legislators call us, politicians call us, elected officials, the other doctors, because they're trying to hire these people to work for them. And we want to help them get these licensees done. But I don't want to say, I'm not going to grant the license and somebody who's in investigations, but they want to give an idea. You know, they want to get an idea. Should they not worry about this? Should they say it's too much trouble because it's going to be another 6 months? I can't tell them anything.
Okay.
Got a hand raised.
Whose hand is raised?
That's Mary still from.
Mary?
No, it's not, yeah, it's not still, it's, you know, the licensing applications are confidential. And so in terms of, I assume that when these people are calling, they're providing some sort of authorization thing if inquiring about somebody else's application, or that it's the licensee that's calling with regard to the status of their application.
Okay. Thank you, Mary, for your comment. Anyone else?
Dr. Valentine?
Dr. Valentine, go ahead.
Thanks, Mary, for reminding me of that. That those are confidential. You know, we have a lot of things that go through investigations that may, the employers may know or may not know. I'm thinking specifically about providers or licensees, personal experience with if they have any type of problems with addiction, that they may have, they may be, you know, in some form of or stage of sobriety. They may not disclose all of that to their employer, and some of the things with the yes answers. So I guess the question is a legal one. Since it is confidential, how do we share? How is that information shared to make sure that we're not violating someone's rights?
All I ever tell them is there's a problem in the attestation page. It's in the Department of Investigation. And I can't, you know, I can't, and all I would like to be able to tell them is it may be another 6 months. It may be cleared in 2 weeks. I don't know. I can't tell them anything. Or I just say, I can't tell you anything about it other than that.
Ms. Whitten, I think or Ms. Mary, I think Dr. Valentine asked for a legal kind of question, interpretation of what some of this. Yeah, I don't want to overspeak you, Christy, but I thought that's what you had asked for.
No, you're right. You're right, Dr. Clark. I just, maybe that's something that we need legal advice on how to handle that, so we stay safe and we don't have anyone in a precarious position.
Anyone want to speak to that? Our legal counsel?
I may not be understanding Dr. Valentine's question, but with regard to a licensee's responses, those are part of their application, and I would say that those are confidential. You can't provide details to somebody without an authorization from that licensee or without the licensee asking for it, unless there are some provisions with regard to some waivers under the law, but those usually involve where we're investigating a person, and not situations where people are focusing questions to the executive. Does that clarify what you were asking, Dr. Valentine?
Yeah, I think that did clarify it for me. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, Doctor, that you have for information, Dr. Collada?
Nope.
Ms. Sport has her hand up.
Ms. Sport, go ahead. Kim, you have the floor.
You're muted. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I really wanted to have this this ability to communicate between the DOI and the executive director, not on the investigations themselves. I think we all understand that we can't do that. You know, we know what the law is, and no one is trying to be a proponent of that. But when it just comes to simple case flow matters, does case flow fit in here anywhere, so that Dr. Collada can find out about case flow? I mean, he is the executive director.
I think it shouldn't prohibit him to do
So
any
I
function.
think that if there was a way to exchange the words,
Well, I don't know if some of this is in, Kim, I don't know
status
if there's some,
progress of investigations and licensing matters, if we could use regarding the case flow of investigations and licensing matters, would that work?
well,
Does
I
that
think Whitney and I had a discussion earlier, and the board heard it about, you know, that Dr. Collada, or not, I don't want to say Dr. Collada, the executive director should have the ability to look into the processes and efficiencies of his departments, and not delving into investigative matters specifically. So I don't know if we need to clarify some of the term, maybe the amendment or but we did the motion that we had earlier that was approved. But our discussion was that he still has that authority unless this somehow prohibits that. Is that what you're seeing, that it prohibits him from having some type of administrative oversight where he can actually look at efficiencies and needs and everything that a CEO should be able to do?
I do, Dr. Clark, and I see it because it's limited to matters to be included on the board's agenda are scheduled for administrative hearings. It's limited strictly to that. And I'm trying to.
But is that a limitation for him to do other things, or just only he can do that? It doesn't say that the only thing he can do, the ZD, is do that. Do we need to clarify that?
Do you think it's clarified elsewhere in the job description that he and Dr.
I'm not
Cresswell
sure.
can communicate?
I'm not. I mean, I'd probably need to maybe the attorneys can answer. Ms. Witten or Miss Mary, could you answer that question? Does this restrict Dr. Collada only to knowing about the agenda?
Well, this is Patricia, and I will say the fact that you're having this discussion leads me to conclude that there is not clarity about this. So whatever way you want it to come out, I think it should be stated clearly.
Okay. So are we back to the drawing boards on this, or what we're going to do with this issue? Do you have any more discussion on this? I mean, I'm going to need a motion or something because we're going in a circle.
Dr. Taylor's up.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes, maybe we need to do this as a separate item to address as instead of trying to shove it into another one. As I understand it, and again, I apologize, I had to run to go see a patient, so I'm just now coming in. As I understand it, the issue is with information and not involvement in the investigation. But if someone calls head of agency and wants to know what's going on with this particular case, there needs to be at least enough flow of information between A and B to be able to say, well, I can't tell you anything about the person, but this is where we are in the process. If we don't have this specified, I don't know, because there's so much concern. Again, there's so much concern about the interface between exec and DOI. I think anytime those things happen, we need to be more careful than not on stating when that should happen. And I think this is a case in which that should happen. And I'm not hung up on any particular language, but I just want to be able for the exec to be able to give information when asked, because otherwise it looks like we don't know what we're doing.
Okay, is that I'm looking for something to move on so we can, if there's not, then we're going to move on. Is there a motion out there?
Then I'll move.
I have my hand raised.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was getting no more hands.
All right. Dr. Taylor, you finished? Because Dr. Valentine has her hand up.
Dr. Weather was first.
I'll yield to Dr. Valentine or Dr.
All right. I just want to be sure Dr. Taylor's
I'll
finished. He doesn't have a motion.
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, do you have anything you want to put on the floor?
I would like to do a motion, but Dr. Valentine, do you want to speak first? Or you want to hear the motion?
Okay, well, you're yielding
Yeah.
to Dr. Valentine. Go ahead, Dr. Valentine.
Well, I was actually with that in mind and what Dr. Taylor said as far as not shoving this into another line item or that's already existing. You know, the Attorney General said this isn't something that we may hash out all at one sitting, that this is something that is going to evolve. Our president also stated that this is something that is going to evolve. And maybe if we find that what we have here isn't enough, we can also work on it in the meantime, a statement that would cover those concerns that Ms. Ford just mentioned, so that when we bring the other items back to the board, we can bring something that specifically covers this. And that way everyone has a chance to review it and we can all give feedback and work on it together.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Do I have a motion on the floor for anything?
Dr. Clark, I will delay a motion and notify you that I intend to ask to have this on the agenda for the next regular board meeting.
And is there any other business associated with the executive director job description?
Dr. Weather had his hand up, whether he.
Dr. Weather.
Yes, sir. Just a quick comment. I think with our president being that we can certainly accept and understand about the wisdom that he beholds, additionally his sage, that at some point, perhaps it might be propitious for he to be able to have scheduled meetings with the principals to be able to kind of hash out some of these things that appear to be kind of cloudy. So I think that might, if it's not going on now, then I think at some way, some time in the future, I think that would really help to solve a lot of the issues and concerns that we have on the board.
Dr. Weather, I want to let the board know that if everything goes well, hopefully next week I will be in New Orleans on Camp Street doing just that.
Thank you.
I think I have a hotel reservation.
Sounds good.
But thank you, Dr. Weather, for your support. Any other old or new business before we move on to our next topic? Okay. The next topic on the agenda was concerned with our Assistant Director of Investigation contract. Council has instructed me that this is not an executive session matter. This is a public session matter. And if any of the board members would like to speak to that now, I know they have concerns. I would welcome some discussion now. Does anyone like to speak to that?
I would.
Okay, is that, I hear Dr. Thomas? And then we can have counsel. Dr. Thomas, I'm not going to say very much, and I'll let you speak with either Mary or Miss Whitten or Miss Sutter, who's the expert, I believe, on open meeting law. Thank you. So Dr. Thomas, you have a comment? Please go ahead.
Yes, so I think the discussion that we had at the last meeting was definitely a public session discussion. However, it transformed into something that should have been an executive session. And so in order to respect the Assistant DOI's reputation, I think that it is an executive session because there were things that were discussed in public session that went directly to her personally and her job performance. And I certainly respect all of the attorneys, and I'm not disagreeing with what they said, but I think the discussion that we had at the last meeting got into an executive session type of discussion.
Okay. Are you making a motion to that effect?
I certainly am.
Okay. Do we have a second?
What is it a motion for?
Motion is to move this discussion of Dr. Denner's contract into executive session.
Second, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, discussion, and I would like our counsel to chime in on this, please.
So under revised statute 42:17, you're allowed to go into executive session for particular matters. Under A1, one of those would be if you're going to discuss the professional competence, character, physical or mental health of another individual. They should have notice and they have a right to have it moved from executive session into public session if they want to. I believe my understanding is, and I was told that the reason it felt that this was appropriate for public session is because the discussion contract itself, in general, all public contracts should be discussed in public session, unless, of course, they discuss the professional character or competence of the person. And in those circumstances, they would go into executive session. My understanding from speaking to a number of people is that there was no issue with regard to the professional competence or character of the assistant DOI, and that these things were not going to be discussed. This was a matter of contract provisions only.
Thank you, Ms. Payton. Any other board members who would like to have some discussion on this?
Dr. Clark, I would invite Ms. Suddeth or Ms. Wilton to comment.
Okay, please, yes, if they wish to chime in.
And
Hi,
Ms.
this
Suddeth
Yeah, this is Lauren. I was
Thank you,
going
Lauren.
to say exactly what Mary said. The ins and outs of like how much the contract is for, what the hours are, like all the terms of the contracts does have to be in open session. If we do have to go into, you know, the professional competence or, you know, any other aspects that go to Dr. Denner specifically, as far as like her character, her professionalism, then that's permissible, given that she does have notice of this. But if it's just going to be about the hours and everything, then that has to be in regular. But
Okay, any other comments?
Dr. Valentine has her hand raised, and then Dr.
Dr.
Taylor.
Valentine?
Yes. At the last meeting, we discussed changes to a contract that had been in existence, and I agree with Dr. Thomas that the request for some of those changes was because of things specific to this particular situation. And since it mentioned Dr. Denner in particular, and not just the contract, I think that is an executive session item because it called for the change of a contract due to a conversation around someone's performance. So with that, I think that those matters that are definitely for executive session because the conversation went to a point that made it an executive session conversation. And I think that that's exactly what we'll be discussing now, the reasons for the change.
Ms. Sudduth, would you like to respond to that, Dr. Valentine's comments?
I think that it is permissible. Like if you are making the changes due to her professionalism and like that's what you need to talk about, then that should be fine for executive session, but it has to be just limited to, I guess, like what the issues are, that discussion, and then the actual terms of the contract and everything has to happen in open session. Just make sure that y'all aren't talking about her specifically. Does that make sense? Like kind of parse the two conversations or divide the two conversations into separate issues. So like have one conversation regarding any issues that the board has with the professionalism or the competence, and then have the other conversation about or any agreements or disagreements or negotiations on the hours and the money and the terms of the contract separately. Once y'all have already discussed and come to terms.
This is a point of information, Dr. Valentine. I didn't realize that, or I didn't infer from our last meeting that there was any issue with her abilities or competence that were going to be discussed. Is that, am I wrong in that? Or the board?
Well, I think
I don't think that we're,
what,
I'm trying to find the criteria that Ms. Sudduth is saying. I don't know. I'm just trying to do the right thing to opens meeting law. I don't want to violate it.
I don't have any, no, definitely. I don't have any question about Dr. Denner's professionalism. I think some of the conversation that we had about her in the position should be an executive session. And then as Ms. Sudduth said, we could come out and talk about the contract in general in open session.
But I think, well, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to, Ms. Sudduth, you're going to have to tell me exactly what we can do and what we can't do. So you're basically saying we can go into executive session. You have to give us clear lines of what we can discuss in executive session.
If you want to go into executive session to talk about the job performance or, you know, the competence of her as,
that's not up for discussion. I don't think that's on the agenda.
Then,
unless I'm wrong.
I mean, then if it's just going to be the terms of the contract, then that's in regular session. So
if some other board members know more than I, or there's going to be discussions about her competence or any issues like that, please speak now so we can move on this.
Got a couple of hands raised, Dr. Clark.
And who are they? Who's first?
Dr. Taylor first and Dr. Thomas.
Okay, Dr. Taylor.
I have a couple of questions. If there's a anticipation that the conversation would lead to a protected discussion on any other staff member, would that also be a reason to move into executive session? If that were the case, can council step in at the appropriate time and say, we are now in an area that requires executive session, and moved into that setting at that time? Is that permissible?
In other words, you're asking, can we start in public session and then if need to move into
If
executive
it turns
session?
out that Dr. Denner or any other staff member, if that conversation goes into that direction, can we at that point then say, we have now moved into executive session to protect the interests of all parties?
So presumably anyone that y'all would be talking about would be on this call, so it's not an issue of whether they've been noticed. I think that would be fine if, those conversations are limited to, those factors, if just for the ease of, the public following along and, minutes and just keeping everything in line. It's probably good to just have one executive session. If you're going to go into it, you talk about the professionalism, character, competence, whatever, of individuals, and just do it all at once instead of, having the conversation, then having to break, and then having to go in and go back and forth like that. So if we do want to start a conversation about that, all you need to do is state the reason and have a 2/3 vote of the members to go into the executive session.
So we can, if it turns out that we are getting into that territory, we have the opportunity at that point to hit the pause button and move into exec.
Right.
Okay, that was my question. I have another question too. In the event that the discussion of the process of or the development of how this particular contract negotiation went awry, is that an issue that would be in public session, or is that something that would be in exec?
That's in public session because that's concerning the actual contract and how the terms were, confected in a way.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Taylor, Thomas is next. I'm sorry.
Dr. Thomas, please.
No, I'm perfectly amenable to discussing it in public session. And then if something happens to, if the discussion tends to go to an area that it's not supposed to go, then our legal counsel can point us in the right direction.
So you'd like, or you had withdrawn, or you withdrawing your motion?
Yes.
And we'll proceed.
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to have a motion at this time?
Before we move forward, I would like to ask that if anybody knows that they have a comment that they believe is going to belong in executive session, that prior to making it, they go ahead and indicate that they believe they have something that needs to be in executive session.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mary. And we're going to use our counsel to help us walk through this. Okay, so I'm going to rely heavily on our counsel right now to be sure we stay within the law, and also the confidentiality of Dr. Denner. So where do we begin? I guess we begin with Dr. Collada, because why don't you start us off, Dr. Collada, in this contract process? Dr. Collada?
Can you
Van,
hear
are
me?
you there?
He's there.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think, but starting with you, Van, I think we just need to, if you don't refresh the board of how this all started and how we got here.
Certainly. The Friday before the last meeting in June, a contract appeared on my desk. It was a significant increase in salary and hours. Nobody had discussed it with me. When I asked my assistant, how did this get here? She said it was presented by the contractor. I said, okay, good, let me review it. I did some investigation, discussed with some attorneys in our agency and helping our agency. Then we had the board meeting in June. I did not address it then. I had a total knee replacement. And by Tuesday, after my total knee replacement, on Tuesday, by Thursday, I was back talking to some of the attorneys on Thursday and Friday. And I made some changes to the contract. And we sent those changes on to the contractor. And the contractor basically took issue with some of the changes. The changes that were made was we returned them to the original number of hours, the original rate of pay. And we, in view of the budgetary crisis, we wanted to appear to be being responsible. In fact, I wanted to appear to be fiduciarily responsible, discuss with the attorneys the ability to make sure that a certain amount of the hours were present in the office. And they said that was reasonable. And so we made a number, 70% of the time, the work should be done in the office. And of course, anytime there would be reason because of emergency or medical issues, we could approve outside work from home, which we do for all of our other employees. Basically, all of our other employees are required to do 100% of their work at the office unless they are given permission to work at home, either because of COVID, because of personal illness, or as we're going to be seeing very shortly, because of the noise and renovation in the office, people will have to be moved out and maybe work from home. So that's where we stand from my point. As far as I can tell, nobody discussed any of the changes with me. It was simply a rejection of my idea of having a certain amount of the work done at home. But in terms of negotiation, there was none. It was simply presented to me, and I rejected a contract that it basically had the potential to net the contractor over $900,000 in 3 years. And I thought it was inappropriate at a time of fiscal crisis in the state.
Okay, we're going to open the board up for questions to Dr. Collada. Any hands up?
Dr. Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, you can direct your question to Dr. Collada, please.
Yes, I think that some of this was a miscommunication. And I think that this is probably an example of, you know, the importance of having some positive collaboration in the agency, because I think we received some information that the changes came to the contract. They weren't initiated by the person that was receiving the contract. And that without all these changes, we do have COVID happening now. Maybe we should just go back to the old contract that had been successful for 3 years, and leave it at that. I know at the last meeting, we got information that the individual who held the assistant DOI position for, I think, 11 years. They had never had a stipulation on where the work should occur. And I think that that's something that had continued and had continued successfully. And if we go back to the old contract, it could continue moving forward. So that's what I think, that we had some of this cleared up on how this miscommunication occurred, and it's just another opportunity for us to improve how we work together and how we collaborate with each other.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Any other hands up at this time to ask questions?
Dr. Taylor first, then Dr. Yu, then Kim Spook, Ms. Spook.
Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Collada.
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding that the board had authorized a 1-year renewal as is of the contract to the ADOI?
It was my understanding that there was no approval by the board, but motion that I could address, tell me what to do. I'm still waiting for the contractor to either sign or sit down and negotiate what the contractor wants to do. I'm still open to discussion. but to this date, nobody has sat down and negotiated anything with me.
Okay, so the reason I addressed the question more specifically, I've been advised, and if there's another board member that can correct me on this, that there was a motion to accept a renewal of 1 year as the contract stood. Is it your testimony that the contract that was on your desk was not simply a 1 year extension of the current contract?
Dr. Taylor, point of order here for the president. I don't have a recollection of us having a motion on that and passing it. My recollection of it is I told them to go back and fix it. And that was how I handled it. And
Okay,
I don't recall, but there may have been. We probably need to look at the tape.
I don't remember it either, but I've heard in conversation that such a motion, that authority had been given. So I'd like Ms. Mary, when you're taking notes, find out what authority was given for negotiating that contract, if any. Did the board or did the board not? I don't remember that being the case, but I think someone else says that it is. I need an answer to that question. Dr. Collada, the contract that you received on your desk, was that a duplicate, but just with the reduction to 1 year of the contract that was already in place?
No, sir.
What changes to that contract that ended up on your desk were made, including hours and salary?
They raised the salary $5 an hour from 165 to 175. They raised the number of hours every 2 weeks to 77. And in essence, made the maximum over $900,000 over 3 years. It was a 3-year contract, which could net the contractor over $900,000. And I was told that the contractor wanted to work more hours.
Okay. Do you have any, Dr. Collada, do you have any information or director from the board that allowed you to raise the rate from the previous?
No, sir, I did not.
And how did this contract come to you?
It was when I asked my executive assistant, she said, she told me that she prepared it. I said, where did the number of hours and salary rates come from? And she told me at that time that it came from the contractor. Subsequently, she recanted that in a written statement.
Okay. Did you have communications with the Attorney General attorneys about the validity or the any issues or problems with the contract as it was presented to you?
Yes, I did.
Can you elucidate those, please?
Basically, they told me that we were in danger of, with problems if we approved that contract.
Can you tell me which attorney told you that?
It's my recollection, it was one of the Attorney General's staff, and my recollection was probably Miss Wilton, but I also discussed it with Miss Angelique Friel as well. And I can't remember which one told me, but both of them said I was within my rights, and it was appropriate to decrease the hours back to what they were in the budgetary crisis of the state. And it was also reasonable to require a certain number of the hours to be performed in the agency. And basically, we were looking at a time, and we still are, of a severe budgetary crisis of the state. We're about to run out of unemployment funds. Sales tax revenue was down. And I think that we're asking, most of our employees are required to do 100% of their work unless we have special consideration in times. And I'm recognizing some of that in this contract, that this contractor does have several other busy businesses. And so I've just asked that 7 out of 10 hours be in the agency. And that's all I'm asking. It's different.
This is the chair. You brought up two individuals who may be on this call, and basically I think that they should be able to speak for themselves of what was said. I think because we want to be clear to everyone what was said. And Ms. Witten, if you'd want to comment, that's fine. If not, you don't have to. And Ms. Friel, I don't know if you're on the line, if you want to make a comment. I just want to give you the opportunity to speak. And if you don't want to, that's fine.
Sure, this is Patricia. I'm happy to speak and provide any information that I can. Dr. Collada did consult me about the contract with an eye toward whether there was any language that it would be prudent to consider to make the contract a little bit tighter from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, not out of any specific concern, discussion, no comment was ever made to me about any concern about anybody who had the contract before or may have the contract in the future, nothing like that. But just in terms of a lot of these board governance issues that the Attorney General has authorized me and myself and Lauren to assist you all with, one of the things was to consider whether contracts could be improved upon. And while I think it is an appropriate consideration to say to consider what a contract may have done in the past, that's certainly information that should be gathered. I don't think that I would imagine that any member would be receptive to improving something if it could be improved. So I don't think I perceived absolutely no bad motive, ill will, concern of any kind other than, hey, since we're looking at all this board governance type stuff, what about this contract we're about to enter into? Is there a way we can make it stronger and a little bit more fiscally responsive as a board for purposes of subsequent audits or what have you? So my contribution was to say, if that goal was something the board wanted to do, here's some language that I think you could possibly use. That's
Okay.
testimony.
Oh, no, I just wanted, I actually just because your name came up and folks said you said certain things, and I want to make sure you're able to speak on your own behalf.
Yes, sir. I did say that I did not think it was a bad idea to make some tweaks to a contract that could improve it, as completely neutral as to who has or did or may or could ever have the contract, only because it shows a little more respect for the expenditure of public funds. Not that the old one was wrong, just that the new one could be made a little bit better if that was the board's inclination.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you very much. Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry if I barged in on your questioning. Go ahead.
I appreciate your indulgence. I do have a couple more questions to Dr. Collada. Dr. Collada, before or after receiving the initial contract that was prepared by Ms. Arsenault, did you have any communication with the DOI or a DOI regarding the contents of that contract?
No, sir.
Right. Would there be a reason to open a discussion to either the DOI or a DOI regarding that, the contents of that contract, as far as your understanding?
Well, it appeared to me that nobody had anything to say except take it or leave it. They threw it on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just modified it in what I thought was a fiscally responsible way and sent it back to the contractor as it was sent to me. This is the contract. I modified it to what I thought it should be and sent it back to the contractor.
All right. May I ask a question, Ms. Payton?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Ms. Payton, at any point, were you involved in the process of seeing this contract?
No.
Is it your duty to be included in the process of that contract as you understand it?
Oftentimes, in negotiating a contract, I will be asked my opinion, but it's not a requirement, but it is something that happens fairly often.
All right. I thank you for your indulgence, and I'm going to say one thing before I close my mic. none of this is going to work if we're not on the same damn team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Dr.
And Dr. Yu is recognized.
Since I'm new, I like to ask some questions that will elucidate me. A number of the questions have already been asked by Dr. Taylor. The first question is the assistant DOI a full-time or a part-time position?
It is contractually at this time a part-time position, or
Okay.
it was. The contract, there's no contract in force at this time.
Okay, and then is a staff of the DOI, now it's specifically assistant DOI, in the past, was the work done in the office or was it done outside of the office?
The previous contractor did most of their work in the office.
I see. And so there was no distinction of how the percentage of time in the office versus the percentage of time outside of the office.
To the best I can ascertain, the previous contractor basically appeared in the office full-time in the number of hours that she was supposed to, and sometimes even more hours. But basically, we fulfilled appearing for the contracted number of hours.
Okay. And generally speaking, when you renew a contract, is it done as a 1 year or 3 year contract?
It's up to the option of the negotiation. The board is in the process of looking at many things, and I figured if we needed to raise her, we could go up next year. If the board decided to go a different way, we don't only have a contract for a year. There've been issues of whether or not we needed a full-time assistant DOI that have been raised that the board is yet to resolve. And so I wanted to make sure we had the best options available to the board as any way that they proceed on in the future.
Okay, but in the past, what was the number of years for the contract? Was it a 1 year or a 3 year contract?
For this contractor was 3 years.
Okay.
It was signed before my time and I was not there, and I was trying to be more fiscally responsible to the agency and give more flexibility to the board if it changes the direction in which it wants to go on issues.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Ms. Sport.
Ms. Sport's next. Yeah.
I had a question. We're talking about a contract, but I really don't know what is the job description of our assistant DOI? Can someone just very briefly tell me what that is?
I don't know if we have
I
that
heard
on
some
file.
I heard some big numbers, and it's a lot. It's a lot per hour.
Maybe we can dig into that. I'm sure.
Offer some information on that.
Yes,
and
go ahead,
some
Dr.
history.
Okay.
Originally, the contract that was signed for this particular assistant DOI was for less, and about half of what other contractors had been making doing the same work, assisting the director of investigations with requests on and just making sure, since we get a lot of complaints in each year, we had several physicians that were helping. One physician was contracted, actually worked in Pennsylvania, and we set up a process for that individual to assist the DOI as well. When it was identified and found that our assistant DOI that we currently have was being paid half the amount of other physicians working in that role, that was corrected immediately. I think that with all the changes we've talked about all day today, we've made significant gains in our investigative department. And it seems that the contract that was placed before Dr. Collada with the increase, that once identified as a miscommunication, not what anyone, I think, really necessarily wanted. And there was a contract that was signed and presented that kept all the terms the same, but just went from a 3-year contract to a 1-year contract, as Dr. Yu asked. So the rate came from the fact that for time, our assistant DOI made half the amount of other physicians. And we're not sure how that happened. That contract was entered into by the person that was then executive director. I found that issue, we corrected that issue. And I think that with COVID and the fact that we're in a pandemic where we're not sure, what the end is looking like for us, since things are being extended, since we have a department that is working well. If we keep the contract as it had been without a requirement, just keeping everyone safe right now during an international pandemic, that we can go back to the terms that were originally negotiated and worked under. And then maybe in the future, it's not a 3-year contract, as it always has been a 3-year contract. It's a 1-year contract, and that's something that we could revisit if we feel the need to do that, maybe next year upon renewal. I just think now where we are in our world, to put a time stipulation on location of work, especially when we've contracted with people out of state before, that would be a burden that would actually could jeopardize the safety of the people in the office.
Okay. Ms. Ford, I think you still have the floor. Do you have any
Yes.
further questions?
I do, because I just don't know. I don't know a lot about this, but I've learned that the assistant DOI is not a full-time employee. Never was, from my understanding, right? And that we're
Well, I don't
talking
know if that's
about.
the case. I don't know if that's the case, Kim. I don't know. I mean, I didn't get into the weeds as much as I am. This board is very much more active than when I first became a board member. And I don't recall if the previous longstanding, she was, I don't want to mention her name, but I guess I could, Dr. Eisenhower, was basically the assistant for many, many years. But I don't know if she was full-time or part-time. It felt like she was full-time. She was there all the time. So but we did have someone who was pretty much embedded there full-time, in my opinion. I don't know, Dr. Valentine may know the answer, but I know that she pulled a lot of hours. I don't know if she was full-time or not, but she was definitely there all the time.
Okay, well, I'm hearing today something about 10 hours a week, which to me is not, I don't think that's full-time. I don't think that's close to full-time. And then that, and Dr. Valentine, can you explain what you were talking about, that the ADOI makes 50% of other physicians? Is this
Yes.
Is this
That's
an hourly job, or
sure.
charged by
This
the
is
hour?
yes. So before now, when the contract was originally signed for the assistant DOI, the contract was negotiated for half the amount that the physicians were making at that time. And I want to say, and off the top of my head, it was around half the amount. She worked under that contract. That was at a time when we did have the assistant, the DOI and the executive director was the same individual, and then moved from being the same individual, continued. And when we went and looked at the contracts that were being worked and negotiated, that's when the per hour work that the contract has been was increased to to what other physicians were making doing work as assistant in the investigative department. So it is an hourly position. And to Dr. Collada's point, that is so that they're paid for the work that they're doing, and that it's not a salary, but you know, those hours, those timesheets are submitted. And I think
but-
that
Okay, I'm sorry.
no,
I just
and
think
so
the
that's
I think the
is
point,
that-
yeah, I think the point is that I think she's not currently making half of what everyone else makes. We've got her up, we fixed that, I think, Chris, is
Sure.
what you're saying. We brought her
Yeah,
up to the
before-
standard now, correct?
Exactly. Before it was half. And I think that if we just, you know, a possible solution to this, since it seems that a contract that wasn't agreed upon was put forth, that if we have the contract at 1 year with the same thing that has been operated under for years now, especially in light of this pandemic, I think that we could continue with investigations, having the support that it needs, and having an assistant DOI. And that way, Dr. Collada could continue looking at contracts and where employees for the agency work, if he wants to look at, you know, where everyone is spending their time. I know a lot of leeway and consideration should be given right now in light of a pandemic. But I think that the terms that were negotiated before and no change in that contract, I'm fine with that, so we can continue with investigations, doing their investigation, and we can move on to the business of the board.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sport, you still have the floor.
Yes, I was going to continue with my questioning. The only time that I hear from the ADOI during board meetings is if there's a malpractice report. Does the DOI have other responsibilities than that?
Yes. So I
With
do.
Dr. Denner, please, you have the floor. Welcome.
Let me just say my internet is going in and out, so I apologize if it drops out again. But so I do all of the malpractice. I also answer any of the yes answers. So let me just say malpractice that is in the state of Louisiana, as well as applicants who are applying from outside the state of Louisiana and investigating and talking to some potential licensees as well. So I review all of that. In addition, any of the yes answers for people who apply, I review all of those yes answers as well. That goes to investigation. In addition, the CME for controlled substances. So any of the vendors or institutions that are applying for courses that need to be reviewed, I review that with Susie as well and communicate with them.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Denner. Dr. Ms. Sport,
If there's any
continue.
case, I forgot to I apologize. And if there's any case that Dr. Cresswell recused himself on, then I usually step in to review those cases as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Denner.
And on the yes answers, are those just pertinent to malpractice cases, or do you do all of the yes answers?
It is all of the yes answers. It could have been someone who was arrested, malpractice cases, someone who has had to repeat an exam. So all of the yes answers.
Okay. Thank you very much. I didn't know you were here. It's good to hear from you.
All righty. Alan, I don't know who's next.
Dr. Thomas is next, and then Dr. Valentine again.
Okay, Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas, you have the floor.
You're on
Is she
mute,
re-
Dr. Thomas.
Yeah, she's still muted. Unmute yourself.
Terry, if you can hear me, you're muted. Dr. Valentine, we will come back to Dr. Thomas. Dr. Valentine?
Well, I don't know, was that
Do you have
her
questions of
hand
Dr.
raised from
Collada?
before?
Yeah,
Well, no,
yeah.
actually, what I was offering was a motion that we approve the contract for the assistant DOI with the terms unchanged, except that it's not a 3-year contract, it's a 1-year contract, especially in light of COVID and all the things going on around our nation specifically. So that's my motion.
All right.
I'll
Well, I
second
will.
that.
I will. I'm not taking motions now as the chair because I want to be sure that everyone has the ability to ask Dr. Collada any questions. I'm trying to clear the air on this, and I want to be sure that everyone has an opportunity to ask Dr. Collada questions and Dr. Dinar questions. So that this will, we can put this aside and move on. So are there any, or before I let you move on that, I'm going to ask the board if there are any more questions. Is there anything out there, Mr. Phillips?
They're just, either Dr. Horton or Dr. Johnson have their hand up.
Okay, may I let Dr. Horton, do you have a comment or question to Dr. Collada?
Yes, I have a question about the issue that was just raised about continuing the contract. Are they talking about the former contract, the last contract that Dr. Dinner did agree to at that rate? And
I think
Sure, I can answer that. What I was speaking on was the contract that she had been operating under for the past 3 years, not with any raise in time or pay rate. So that is my motion.
For a 1-year term, I think is what you're asking.
Yes.
All right, but any
does
questions to Dr.
Collada
Collada?
have any comment? Could Dr. Collada comment on that previous contract that we would be approving for a year in this discussion? Is he in favor of it, or does he see it as problematic to do that?
I will go ahead and allow the question. I think we could use that as part of the discussion or the motion, but go ahead, Dr. Collada.
I think that I was trying to be more fiscally responsible. We require all of our employees to come to work 100% of the time, except if there are problems such as we're renovating their office. We provided them with the ability to work from home. We initially, during the COVID initial closures in phase 1, many of our employees worked from home, but many did not. And now that we're in phase 2, all of our employees are coming to work. So in view of the fact that when I looked at looked at history and discussed with people what the former contractor was doing, she was there many hours and sometimes even in excess of what she was contracted for. And I think that the board was looking to have more help available. And so it seemed prudent and reasonable that if I'm requiring 100% of the time from our regular employees to appear, that I would ask this contractor to appear at least 70% of the time. I think that this contract had to stand some public scrutiny at a difficult time, and that's why I did not want to raise pay or anything else. And I wanted to keep it open for 1 year because the board has been talking about changes in the investigative area for a full-time person. And so I was trying to avoid options and be fiscally responsible at a difficult time in the state's financial budget.
And how many hours was that contract for?
Which contract, Dr. Horton? The one that was the current contract or the contract?
The previous 3-year contract that someone has now proposed be for 1 year.
The only difference.
Hours was it?
The only
She's
difference,
asking how many hours, Dr. Collada, how many hours?
I think the hours are exactly the same.
What are they?
It was
How
up
many?
to 10 hours per week, so 20 hours per pay period. It was up to 10 hours per week was the original.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Denner, for that point of
Thank you.
information. All righty. Dr. Harton, any other questions?
And that was all of my questions.
Any questions for any other further questions for Dr. Collada?
Dr. Taylor has his hand up, and then Dr. Sport.
No, go ahead, Dr. Taylor. You're not speaking to the motion. It's a question for Dr. Collada, correct? Dr. Taylor?
I'm not speaking to the motion. I'm speaking to staff. If I
Okay,
may.
go ahead.
I've been on other boards before, and we don't do contracts like this. And I would like to have an understanding, perhaps from, I'd like to start with Ms. Mary. In this situation, and whenever usually when a catastrophic occurrence hits, it's not one mistake, it's a series of mistakes in sequence. I would like Ms. Mary, if you would please, using your legal brain, to advise us as to moving forward in the future, what is the process that we should be putting in place for the negotiation of contracts? Because obviously this is a cluster.
Well, to be honest with you, I can answer that question. This should all be happening at the executive director level. It should never come to the board. And unfortunately, because it's not been able to be handled at the executive director, it's come up to the board. And that's what our job is. It shouldn't come up to us, but now it's on our plate. I would expect in the future, Dr. Taylor, that this doesn't come to the board. This should be handled at a lower level than what we're having to spend our afternoons doing today. I think it's unfortunate, but if Ms. Payton wants to chime in, that's fine.
Dr. Clark, that's specifically addressing that. That's another way to rephrase my question. Because I'll say this again, we have to get along and we have to work with each other in good faith. So I would like to know from a process standpoint, how we go from a renewal to a negotiation, to an acceptance, to a validation.
Ms. Payton, you have a question from a board member.
So Dr. Taylor, I think you've outlined it nicely.
Thank you.
I think if somebody wants to renegotiate or have changes made to the contract, they need to communicate with each other. So, if I don't know that the assistant DOI wanted any changes to her contract, but certainly if as the contract came up, both parties should have been aware. If one party is not aware, the other party should contact the other person involved and simply a copy of the contract and ask if there's any changes they want to make, suggest any changes they want to make, and negotiate the contract. If there's some difficulty in understanding if the provisions are within the law, I'm always happy to review a contract and advise the agency with regard to that.
What's the role of a supervisor? Let's say that you have someone that's wants to renegotiate, but in between the exec and that person is your level of supervision. What role does that supervisor have, if any, in informing that process?
My thought would be that prior to making a decision on, changes in the contract that affect the department, that those changes would be something that the supervisor would be made aware of and have input on. Communication with regard to that.
Okay.
And that would be between the agency and that supervisor. At the time, I could contemplate where also the person who is the contractor may want to speak to their supervisor about it as well.
But none of that
question for Ms. Mary is, since you seem to have a lot of free time on your hands, do you think it would be appropriate for you, at least for the time being, be more directly involved, not necessarily in the contract negotiations, but in the process of the negotiations as they move on?
I would be happy to serve however the board would like me to serve.
Well, this is how this board member wants you to serve that way, so we'll see what the other ones think.
Thank you.
Any other questions directed to Dr. Collada and not on the motion, please?
Dr. Weather.
Dr. Weather?
No, sir. I basically have my hand raised, unfortunately. Mistake.
All right.
But,
That's okay, Doc. That's why I don't touch the screen if I can help it.
Dr. Horton or Dr. Johnson?
Dr. Horton, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, it's Horton. I have a question. Now, we've been through the responsibilities of the executive director, and now here we are looking at an employment contract. And I'm wondering why we're doing that. It's the duty of the executive director to negotiate these contracts with individuals and do them, not us, right? So why are we doing this?
That's a good question.
And how do we undo ourselves?
Well, I'm going to, if Dr. Valentine would allow me, because I know she has a very important motion on the floor. I think there is, I hear a consensus on this board that Dr. Dinner does a fantastic job for the agency. I don't have any doubt. There's no question that she does. And I don't hear really any dissension that we should give her a contract. And so what I would expect, without having to move on anything, Dr. Valentine, is that our executive director will talk with Dr. Dinner, and maybe with the help of the president, and get this thing resolved, hopefully this week, maybe tomorrow. And so I would hope that if that would be acceptable to the board, that's something that I, as president, and I think hearing the consensus of the board would like to do, and not have the board interfering, even though it can, in these matters. Dr. Valentine, that's just a friendly suggestion instead of a motion.
I hear what you're saying, but I agree with what you mentioned before. We're here now because that they weren't able to do that. And I think that we're dancing around the elephant in the room. And it's the fact that we have communications that need to be improved in the agency. And that it's one thing to say we have to work together and we have to trust each other, but that obviously is going to come with time. And we're not there yet. And I think that we've had all these discussions. We've discussed this, now over an hour.
Right.
I just think that we're here now.
Well,
and I know you
go ahead.
have a lot of things that you're working on too.
Well, no, but I just offered that as something that I'd be willing to help and do, and without having to formally, because we set precedent every time we do something, so we have to understand that too. But I have a strong belief that this could be resolved very quickly. But we are going to, I appreciate your patience, Dr. Valentine, and we're going to vote on your motion now, or at least ask if there are any questions about your motion. And if there aren't any, we're going to move to call the roll. Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Several more hands raised. Dr. Thomas, then Dr. Cresswell.
Okay, Dr. Thomas.
I'm sorry, I was on a phone call trying to scramble, and our school is not offering an at-home option.
Oh boy.
Trying to scramble and find placement for my child at another school.
Oh my gosh.
So my question is, we're making accommodations due to the pandemic in terms of the amount of money that we're offering. Why not make some accommodations and say, at this time, maybe it would be more judicious, maybe it would be safer for us not to put a time requirement on her presence in the office, especially if she's able to do the job from afar, because many people across the country are working from home. And I have gotten a lot of feedback from friends, colleagues all over the country that they are much more productive at home than they are in the office. So,
is that a friendly amendment, Dr. Thomas?
That is definitely
with Dr. Valentine, would you consider that a friendly amendment to what you're trying to do, or no?
I think that's exactly what I was offering. So I
Okay.
agree with that. I think that we have it,
All
we
right.
have the contract stand as it had the past 3 years with the same rate, the same amount of hours, and no location requirement. So I think that was very friendly, and it goes right in line with what my motion is.
All right. And any other discussion?
One more hand.
Anybody else?
Dr. Weather again?
Dr. Weather?
No, here again, it's playing games. So we.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Sorry.
Dr. Weather? Hello?
No, I just called a question. That's all.
Oh, he's called the question. All right. So let's call the roll, sir.
Yes, sir. One moment, I've lost my pen. I'll be right with you.
That's okay. So I think the motion, we're gonna
Weather.
wait, before we move, let's state the motion one more time. That basically the motion is to continue a 1-year contract on the past terms that she has been under for the,
No requirements for presence in the office.
and no requirements for presence in the office. Okay?
Dr.
Beautiful.
Weather,
Call the roll.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous. It will be done.
You know, if I'd have knew this was gonna happen, I would have called this for an hour ago.
Next time. Next time.
Well, thank you all for taking out a day. I think it was a very productive day. And I think we got a lot of work ahead of us, but I think moving forward, things are going to get better. They already have, like mentioned today, we've come a long way in the last couple years, and it continues to be a journey. And I appreciate all of your support as president. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if there's any other business, I'll entertain it now.
Dr. Taylor did have his hand up one more time.
Dr. Taylor?
Sorry, guys. I've just want to take one moment to express my thanks to everybody. This board, in my belief, operates under the principles of presumption of innocence, objective facts, and due process. And we are expected by the public to operate that way with our licensees. What I would like to see is that we start to treat each other the same way.
Amen.
Because if we don't,
Here.
then no one else is
Amen.
going to do it.
Here.
Thank
So,
you, Dr. Taylor.
I say that in good faith, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Good
Taylor.
takeaway.
All right.
Thank you.
Be safe, everyone. God bless. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Bye.
Good, Dr.
When do we have another meeting?
Scared to look.
I'm afraid to look. It's
All of a
probably
sudden.
next week, this month.